Hey, what's
Yo.
hey,
How
what's
long you
up,
doing
T?
right now?
No worries,
Oh,
no
not
worries.
much.
All right.
Oh no, I have your live. I have your fucking stream on. I just heard double.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Um, yeah. Okay. So let's see. We were talking about. So traditionally, the way this works is I go through a few things. Let me grab your
Yeah.
IGN, whatever your summoner name is. Let me pull that real quick. And like I know some of this we talked about, and we can kind of breeze over and not need to worry about as much. But just in the
Yeah.
name of like giving you a fair coaching and stuff, I want to kind of go through the typical steps. So I usually do a couple of things.
Yeah.
The first thing is I'm going to pull up your op.gg and we'll talk about that really briefly.
Yeah.
And then I'll get you a coaching page started as well. And then we need to just discuss what champions and what positions.
Okay, so I was mainly going for. So what I've been playing, I played a shit. Like when I first got the game, I was like, "What do I play?" And my
Hmm.
friends, like, they didn't have a top laner, so that's what I played. They didn't have a top laner or a jungle, so I like farmed the shit out of Morg. I was like, "What's the easiest champion to learn?" And they said like, I think it was Nasus or Mord, and I looked at him and I thought Mord looked cooler, so I started playing him. Uh, and then I got really good with him. I think on my profile, let me look. Yeah, I have 80,000 mastery points with him.
Okay.
And and so I just basically farmed the shit out of him. And then I got I got my rank and I was like bronze something, and that bronze like 4 or
Hmm.
something, and I farmed all the way to bronze 1, and I kept getting to silver and then demoting because I felt like it was so hard to carry with him because I would ult a person, kill them, and like I would solo diff top, right? I would
Hmm.
be like 10 and 0, and then I would group up with my teammates, ult their carry, and then I would kill them, and then I'll get out of my form, and my teammates are just nowhere to be found, and then I just get four manned, and then just die.
Okay. Makes sense. And
Um,
so from there, you decided to kind of move away from Mordekaiser and move away from top.
Yes, and moved to uh and then I moved to Nautilus and Pike because my friends were like, "Yo, support is mega easy and you basically need to do nothing." So I became so like in my off time, I'm a landscaper, so to uh I listen to like think like podcasts and stuff like that. And so I started listening to like pro players, like a pro player that plays only Sett, like Auto Colossus. He's like rank 1 Sett, and I listened to his Twitch stream, and I just listened to him and he talks about it. Or I listen to a lot of podcasts for like support and stuff like that. So to kind of well, I think I have a game. I want to one game that I want to a game for you to watch
Okay.
that I played as Sett and I carried, and then another one Pike, but I don't know which one.
Okay. So um, let's start before we jump into the games. Let's go through a couple of things. So I just want to make sure I know what exact role and what preferred champions. Like we can always choose the champions if you want. Like if you're open to new champions or whatever it is, we can
Yeah,
always choose new champions. If you want to decide a role, we can do that as well. But if you have
yeah,
a role that you'd like to play or a champion you'd like to play, then we should just start with that. Um,
yeah. Probably Sett.
okay, probably set and presumably top lane.
Yes.
Okay, so let me mark that down in here. Um,
Oh God, you can see my Olaf game. Fuck, you can see the fucking where I sold all my item at the very end.
yeah, you didn't sell them just 5 minutes before the game ended and then sprint it for sure.
Oh
All right,
yeah,
champ.
definitely not.
Okay, so typically what I'll do is just pull, um, I'll pull the op.gg information into here, so that you have it or whatever, and we'll just kind of look over it. So one of the things that we're looking for here, we're looking for two things here basically in op.gg. The first
Yeah.
is a lot of times you'll see players that have insane win rates on a set of champions, and their overall account is like 49%. And so they
Yeah.
just get turbo pub stomped when they don't play their primary champion. And then they go, I'm not sure why I can't climb. It's just weird. I just don't seem to be able to. And then what's basically happening is they're offsetting their LP gains on one champion with a bunch of LP
Yeah.
losses on other champions, and so they're not climbing properly. This is pretty standard. I have a couple of students who have a little bit of that situation going on. So obviously the solution there is to say like, okay, so you're playing too many champions, or you're playing the wrong champions, or you're not abusing the champion they play enough. And a lot of students have this mentality where they're like, I've had this people say to this, basically they'll be like, okay, yeah, I can do really well in this champion, but I just don't want to like, I don't know, I get bored playing one champion. The problem
Yeah.
is you can basically choose to either play well and climb, or you can choose to like for fun it and play a lot of shit. Like those are kind of your options.
Gotcha.
Um, for the most part, if you want to improve and climb, you're best dialing yourself into one specific role if possible, and ideally 1 to 2 champions. Like, as soon as you start expanding beyond that, you're going to slow down how fast you climb. You'll improve more overall because you have a wider berth of champions you can play, but it will slow down how fast you'll improve and how well you'll climb within that limited scope. Like within a short
Gotcha.
range of time, you're gonna climb way faster if you pick like you will go up more if you play 200 games right now of Garen than if you play 50 games of 4 different champions. Like just by default, you just will climb better with one champion because you're going to get to basically autopilot a bunch of the mechanics, autopilot a bunch of the micro. The macro is going to be consistent between those champions. Whereas, like, if you play Garen half the games and you play Kale half the games, pardon, if you play Garen quarter of the games, Kale quarter of the games,
Yeah.
and then you play like Karthus quarter of the games, like they're so like what they're trying to accomplish is so different per game that it's going to make it so that you can never know what is and is not the right play or what is and is not the right play style. And you have to know the itemization for different games. You have to know the like all of the right situations to play in. So if you can, I highly recommend that we find a champion or a couple of champions and like beat that to death if you actually legitimately want to climb right. And you said your goal was to get to Plat next season, right?
Yes, by the end of next season.
Okay.
But at
Um
the same time, if I don't hit it, I'm like okay with it. As
yeah.
long as I get a
Goals
higher
to
rank than I am
improve.
right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Goals to improve. Goals to like at the bare minimum get to like silver 1, gold 4, like bare minimum.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, like, so for what it's worth, I will say that I think that basically anybody that can play the game at a decent level and plays over 300 games a season can hit gold 4 comfortably. Because one of the reasons that people don't hit gold is because they don't have enough games and they don't have the right mindset. So, like, if you adjust your mindset to something that's growth oriented and that is like macro oriented, then and you play a decent number of games, which you do, then you'll be able to make gold. Like I don't think that that's far fetched by any stretch. Um,
Gotcha.
Basically, what controls your ability to climb is your consistency. So like a 55% win rate will get you somewhere really well, as compared to like if you win 7 games and then lose 6 games and then win 8 games and then lose 12 games. Like you basically want to be as consistent as you can possibly be and give yourself like, are you familiar with the concept of counting cards like for
Yeah,
blackjack?
yeah. Uh-huh.
That's basically what you're doing in this. You're basically trying to give yourself like a 55-60% win rate and then play that and just play a ton of reps. That's what your goal is. So you're not looking to make these crazy hero plays all the time. You're basically playing for extreme consistency and getting the best value that you possibly can. And Sett's a wonderful champion to do that because Sett is extremely flexible, right? Like you can be more damage oriented when you need to be, more tank oriented when you need to be. He has gap close with his Q, so he can get on top of champions pretty easily. He has
Yeah.
great utility in his ult. Like he's a very, very versatile champion, very flexible, and he's definitely a champion that you can climb on. He's not S tier, he's not OP tier. I think he's probably like A tier. But he's a very good champion, and if you just focus on playing him, you will definitely win games.
Gotcha.
So one thing that stands out here obviously is your Mordekaiser win rate and games played are both really good. So you could default to playing Mordekaiser as you want to, and I'd highly recommend that you keep him as a backup pick because your win rate's objectively
Gotcha.
good, right? Like if you took all these games and all these other champions and had just played them on Mordekaiser with that 6-7% win rate, you'd already be gold. Like It wouldn't quite look
Gotcha.
like that because you wouldn't have kept that 6-7% win rate the whole time. But like if you actually do the math on that, logistically, you'd already be gold based on that. Obviously, like you
Yeah.
said, you have reasons why you didn't want to continue to play Mord and didn't feel comfortable playing Mord. But I would keep him in the back of your mind as a backup pick. So what I would do is situationally, I would recommend like play Sett majority of your games. Mord if 580. So
Gotcha.
if you're gonna lock Sett and it's gonna give you a 580 team, then just pull Mord. Or if you're playing against somebody who hard counters you, which there aren't a lot of hard counters to Sett. I think some of the best counters to Sett are some really cheeky shit that you're probably not gonna see very often. Things like Singed, Zac, Olaf. Yeah, it's some like I guess Olaf is their major threat, so maybe that's something that you ban out. But like you're probably not gonna be seeing Zac with any regularity. Um,
Gotcha.
so
Yeah, the other thing that I pick more into is a Vayne because with Set, I just seem like I can't verse against her.
okay,
She just pokes me out. So I just pick Mord, which I just have a free W to stop all her damage.
I respect that, but I will say that I think that I think that you beat Vayne with Sett. Um, I
Gotcha.
think that you probably are missing a couple of pieces of information that would make you win that. So, um,
Gotcha.
so there's a couple of things, and this is just for what it's worth, just to give you a shadow. I'm not going to go super in depth on it because I don't think it's that relevant yet. But
Yeah.
basically,
I
whenever
find none of them in ranked.
whenever you're against a ranged champion, um, you need three things. First, you need revitalize and second wind.
Okay.
That's your rune set. You need revitalize and second wind, and then um you need Doran shield.
Gotcha.
If you have those three things plus Sett's health regen passive, like he has one of the highest health regens in the game, um, with those three things, you will never get poked out of lane with Sett. Like it just can't happen. Um, and then if you add to that just the knowledge that your goal is to never take damage and then just to all in her as soon as you can, like as soon as you hit like level 3, level 4. If you have those things, you will win ranged matchups absolutely. The problem is
Gotcha.
people have a very distorted mindset. And so this is kind of the second point that I'll get to, and I don't know if you have this mindset or not. We'll have to work on it, but basically most players that start this game have this mindset that like kills are the most important, or from there they'll evolve, then they'll go, okay, gold is the most important. But then like the final layer is realizing that neither of those are the most important, and then XP is actually the most important. Like your goal is to get XP. So
Gotcha.
at all points in the lane, like you're never giving up health against a ranged matchup. Um, you're never giving up health for gold. Like I'm never walking forward and taking two minions at the cost of a quarter of my health bar. You're going to stay in XP
Gotcha.
range and let the wave come to you, collect it safely because the Vayne's never going to dive you if you have full health, right? So you let the wave come to you,
Yeah.
and then you're going to collect the wave, and you're just going to get strong enough that finally she's going to get bored. You're going to deny interaction, she's going to get bored, and then you're just going to kill her. So from my perspective, the Vayne matchup should not be something that you should pull Mord into. If anything, Vayne beats Mord a lot harder because he's more susceptible to getting poked out by Vayne because he doesn't have good health regen. And inside of his ulti, if he ults her, she can reflexively E him, and he'll stun on his back wall, and she can just walk away from him. So Vaynes will typically destroy Mord, in my opinion. Also, if she ults when you ult, you can never hit her with anything inside of your ult. So then, like, it's just a bad time. Pre-level 16, I think that she just beats you in your ult.
Gotcha.
Um, so I'm gonna add that to this list here as range matchups. Which you can see my screen in Discord, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, my cat is knocking
Oh
shit
no, you're
off my
fine.
shelves. Relax, kitty cat. Um, range matchups: D shield, revitalize, second wind, um, hard engage. So that's kind of my stance on that. So I think basically what we're gonna do is we're just gonna focus on Sett top, and we're gonna basically take Mord as a backup pick.
Gotcha.
Um, and so while like the game's loading up and stuff, I'll give you a rune set, I'll give you an item set, and we'll discuss some of those. For the most part, like because okay, you're obviously gonna want to adapt your runes and adapt your items to the situations that you're in. But while you're getting used to the champion, while you're getting used to playing a certain way, we're gonna really, really boil down your runes and itemization to to a pretty select set of things, and kind of
Okay.
reduce some of that adaptability to make sure that you're getting your champion feels fairly similar every game. Because think about Garen for example. Garen, you can play with a huge variety of sums or sorry runes and items. Um,
Yeah.
so like Garen with Phase Rush, Hex Flash, and then like item set being I don't know, like and uh, Sunfire and Force of Nature or something. It's gonna feel super, super different than Garen with Conqueror and Opening Mortal Reminder. Um, so like your champion will feel distinctly different depending on the items and runes that you go. So we're gonna give you like basically a pretty tight set of runes and items to go, basically all the
Okay.
time, and you'll widen that adaptively as you kind of start to get very comfortable with your matchups. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because obviously, like there are going to be situations where certain items will be better than others, and until you can
Yeah.
kind of identify those, for the most part, you just want your champion to feel the same all the time. That way, like you're not getting into a game where you built some different stuff, and now your champion feels totally different, and you can't do anything, and you just lose that game for free.
Yeah.
Um,
Like I usually build with Set. I build oh fuck. The opposite of Stride Breaker.
Core Drinker.
Yeah, Gore Drinker. I build Gore Drinker into most matchups, but into like you said, uh Garen, I build Stride because I've played against him with Gore, and I feel like um I can never catch up to him. Like he's 1 HP and he hits Q and then he's gone, or he hits Ghost, while I can reduce his speed so I can continue autoing him instead of, healing, and then I only use my W when he clicks R.
Okay, that seems reasonably fair. So do you know that Garen's Q gives him a slow break?
Oh,
When
really? I didn't know that.
when Garen presses Q, he drops all slows that are on him. So a decent Garen will wait
Oh,
for you to stride break and then he'll Q away from you.
gotcha. Okay, I didn't know that.
Um, that doesn't mean it's a bad call. Like I think it's cool that you're looking at those situations, right? So if you're in a matchup, this is a good layer that you're thinking through though, where if you're in a
Yeah,
matchup and you're consistently seeing patterns, which you did, right? So you see the consistent pattern that Garen Qs and then sprints away from you so you can no longer extend the
yeah,
trade. Knowing that you can adaptively do something to make that stop happening is extremely good. So you're going through the
yeah.
right layers.
I felt like I just felt like I had a big because I forget the middle part, but that axe that makes you run faster. I forget
Oh
what that's
yeah, yeah,
exactly what it's called.
the one that goes into Triforce, Hearthbound X.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Yep.
It makes, whenever I auto, it makes me, increases my speed. So I go, I do that because so that like he cues me, walks away, and then he goes to use his E, which is a spin, and so then I at that point, and then I E him after he cues.
Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, if you EM after, I mean that's the big solution. Like that's your big silver bullet for Garen is going to be that if he tries to Q away from you, you're usually going to clap him to yourself. And that's how you're going to beat Garen, because
Yeah.
then the E after the E applies, it slows. Um, so like that's your really good solution for Garen. Um, I will say that in an overwhelming number of matchups, rushing Bork to start is very strong on Set because his Q already does percent max HP and he has two fast attacks off the bat, plus he has the auto reset. You're familiar with the concept of auto resets, yeah?
Yeah, I auto twice and then I hit Q and then
Yep.
I can automatically. I do that to get cannons.
Perfect. That's exactly correct. Yeah, so auto resets are just anything on a champion that makes it so that like because every auto should have a time between when it's done and when the next one starts. Any auto reset ability like sets Q is just an ability that completely can you can just skip that time like that time window. So sets Q is a good example. So Bork lets you get out four autos. Sorry. So you're able to get four autos out super fast with his Q. Bork applies 12% of their current physical health, sorry, of their current health as physical damage per auto attack. So if you can get 4 basics out, that's 40% of their current health. Obviously, like, it scales down, it's multiplicative, right? Because if I hit them for the first
Mhm.
12, then the second 12 is not 12% of their max health, it's 12% of the remaining left. So, like, say it would be 10%, and then the next one might be 8%. So it might actually end up only being like 38% or 35% or something, but it ends up being an overwhelming amount of their health just from the item itself. So I will say that a lot of times you will see that Sett will build Bork very early into tanky matchups like Darius, Mordekaiser, Garen,
Scion.
Kled, Scion, exactly. Um, so we'll discuss the situations where you'll rush Bork. I think whenever you're not rushing Bork, the main items that Sett are going to build is going to be Triforce, Bork, um, Stridebreaker, sorry, uh, and then Gore Drinker. Like, those are your main set of items. So you're gonna be
Gotcha.
building one of those as your mythics a lot of the time. Bork not being a mythic, but those items are gonna be like your most important items to start the game, and you can pick those in
Stride and
different
Bark and
situations.
Trinity. I've never actually built Trinity into set.
I don't think Trinity is fundamentally necessary. There'll be certain matchups where Trinity is best. So Trinity gives you attack damage, attack speed, and move speed. So its value is it's a little bit of an everything item. It also has a Sheen proc on it, which Sheen is an item that whenever you use an ability, your next auto attack does a significantly increased amount of damage. So usually you'll see that on champions that spam their abilities, like Fiora, Camille,
As
Jax, etc.
I know he gets two machines.
Who?
Ezreal, he like buys Essence Reaver, and then he buys another thing that has
Divine.
Shin in it too. Yeah.
Divine Sunder. Yep. Um, so Sheen proc is a unique passive, so only one of those applies. Um, but yeah, that's exactly it. So Sheen proc can be something that you can abuse. The main reason that a champion will go Sheen proc is if you need a split push. So if you were gonna be like heavy split pushing all game, you might go Triforce to improve your ability to split the map because you're gonna be able to push towers a lot faster because Sheen applies when Sheen proc applies, it applies to towers. Um, so that's one of the reasons that champions that go Sheen are very good at splitting. Um, so Sett is I don't want to deviate into archetypes just yet, but the idea is you have a lot of options for Sett. So we're gonna pick one of those mythics and just try to beat it to death, except situationally. It sounds like in general, currently, you pretty much go Gore Drinker to start each game, which I think is fair.
Yeah.
Um, so for right now, we're gonna look at Gore Drinker and Bork as your first two items. Whichever one you don't build first, you're gonna build second, and then um, resistance boots, and then you have options from there, right? So Sett is a champion that likes Dead Man's Plate quite a bit. Frozen Heart is another good option against heavy attack speed centric teams. Um, and then another good option is Randuin's. So if you need an armor item, then you're going to go Frozen Heart, Dead Man's Plate, or Randuin's, depending on the situation. If you need MR, you're
Yeah.
going to go Force of Nature or Spirit Visage, depending on the situation. Um, Force of Nature gives more MR. Spirit Visage gives you a larger shield. So
Gotcha.
those are some different situations. And what I'm going to do, the way that I'll typically do this is, if you can still see my screen,
Yeah, I can.
I'll go like this and separate the items like this. It looks like you have a propensity for building Deadmans, so I'm gonna keep that over here in your primary because Deadmans is an item that's very good for Juggernauts, which is like Garen, Darius, and Sett, who don't have like a dash to get on top of your head, but rely on being on top of your head to win the game. So it's pretty reasonable for you to build Deadman, so I think keeping that's pretty good. So this is gonna be cap close Juggernaut. Force of Nature is heavy flat MR. Um, Anti-burst. Sterix is a good anti-burst slash DPS item. And then these ones are just core, so we're going to build these every game. Spirit Visage is less MR, more shield. Frozen Heart is going to be anti-attack speed. Anti-attack speed is really useful against like Yi, Vayne, Ashe, champions that have a lot of attack speed and build on hit items like Bork, like Kraken Slayer, um, like Rageblade. Those items and those
Like a Tryndamere,
champions,
if I'm
it,
playing Tryndamere top.
Tryndamere is a Randuin's angle because he has a heavy crit modifier. Tryndamere, Yasuo, and Yone are three champions that you're always gonna build Randuins against.
Gotcha.
Because they build heavy crit. And I'll give you like a little decision tree to work through. But basically your decision tree goes something like, um, am I building damage or resistance? Okay, we go to the resistance side. We need resistances. Okay, am I building armor or MR? Okay, they have heavy AD, so I'm gonna go armor. Okay, so do they have crit, attack speed, or do I just need to close the gap on them better while still having more armor? And then that tells you if it's Randuin's, Frozen Heart, or Dead Man's. Like that's your decision tree. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then for the MR side, it's do I build Dead Man or sorry, do I build Spirit Visage or Force of Nature? And that's going to depend on whether they have like an unbelievable amount of AP and it's consistent and stable, or if they have like some AP and the extra shield could benefit you more against the armor centric people. So if I
Gotcha.
see that they have like 4 AP or 3 AP that include a lot of like DOT champions like Brand or Seraphine or Malzahar, then I'm going to go into a Force of Nature. If I see that they have 1 AP and it's bothering me and I'd really like to have some MR, but I don't want to just lean MR into like a Force of Nature, then I'll go Spirit Visage.
Gotcha.
And then for damage items like Gore Drinker and Bork, like Sett, you can build Sett pure damage, but in general, building Sett pure damage is pretty grief. Like realistically, Sett is a champion that excels when he can just stay in the fight for quite a while, and because his shield is proportional to his health, um, it it improves quite a bit if you're able to sustain larger amounts of damage to drop on them with the W. So, um,
Gotcha.
like I probably wouldn't go more than 3 damage items. I would
Does
probably
his
go
W skill with damage or health? Because I know
both.
it's okay.
It mostly scales with health because it's based off of the amount of damage that you've taken recently.
Yeah.
So if you have more health, you can take more damage, right?
Like I don't know if you remember me playing Set into a Cho. Like I purposely walked into turret range and got hit twice so I could W and do more than half of his HP and then just autoed him twice.
Which is that's a perfectly standard and reasonable thing to do on set, absolutely.
Gotcha.
Okay. So this is basically our item set. I would say that's a pretty comprehensive item set for what we're trying to do. We can maybe add like one more damage item. If we're gonna put our damage item in, like maybe a Maw or a Wits. Maw.
What's that thing where uh you buy Trinit? No, whatever. What's that thing on my you played UPGG? I built it. You build uh a pickaxe and then it goes costs 325. I forget the name of it. And then whenever every
Oh,
auto
Titanic.
attack,
Titanic.
yeah, I almost always go that.
Titanic Hydra is extremely strong too. Yeah, I neglected to mention that one completely. That's unfortunate. Titanic Hydra is exceptional on him because Titanic scales. It provides additional damage based on your health, and because he has a ton of health and builds a ton of health items, Titanic Hydra is extremely strong. So that would be my third recommended damage item between them.
Gotcha.
Titanic Hydra's proc also applies to towers, so it also gives you the ability to split down a lot faster.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there's our item set. And our sample build order would be Core Drinker, Resistance Boots, Blade of the Rune King, and then it would be Titanics, and then it would be Force, and then it would be Randuin's. That's like a good sample build order for us. So in most matchups, we're starting. I mean, Sett honestly starts most games with the Doran's Shield. Um, it's pretty good to
Uh-huh.
build Doran's Blade instead of Doran's Shield because Doran's Blade has a 2.5% Omnivamp, which means it scales very, very well. Because as you do more damage, that 2.5% Omnivamp becomes more and more useful. Um, so the Doran's Blade tends to scale very well, and it's a good option. Doran's Shield
Gotcha.
is basically you should never die in lane if you have Doran's Shield because it gives you such an unbelievable amount of health back. And it gives you additional health back every 5 seconds. So that plus sets like his passive that gives him health back overall over the course of time makes
Yeah.
it so that you basically never die in lane.
Yeah,
realistically.
so how I choose between them is if I'm playing against a ranged, I take Doran's shield, and then if I'm like if I look at the top laner, right, and I see that he's not on either A on his main role or B he is playing someone he doesn't main or that what's it called? Or like I know that I've played against them a lot. Like a Darius, I usually almost always go for a Doran's blade um if they don't have flash. Like if they have what's it called?
Ghost teleport or something.
Uh it, yes, if they have like ghost teleport like that last game, he had ghost teleport, so I went for level 3. And I had a what's it called? A Doran's blade.
Okay, that makes sense. I think that's the correct criteria. Like, I think that you have basically chosen the correct criteria for when you should build Doran's Blade versus Doran's Shield. To make it maybe like a little muddier, what I would say is we're building Doran's Blade against any tank. We're building Doran's Shield against any ranged, and in between, when it's just like a bruiser, you can choose. Does that make sense?
Gotcha. Okay.
So that would be the criteria that I would choose. So I'll look at your farm because basically, like what we were talking about, right, was the mentality of the first priority that you have in any game is your first priority has to be XP above all else, and your
Uh huh.
second priority has to be gold, and then your third priority is kills. So the utmost thing that you can do in any given game is you need to keep your death count low and you need to keep your XP extremely high. The reason for that is that if you and the opposing laner just sit here and slaughter each other all game, like all that happens is you both make yourselves relatively weaker than the rest of the map, and so you and him
Okay.
both have no control over the game. If you're both alive the whole game, then you're both going to be relatively stronger than the rest of the map. Um, so if you guys are both just spam dying, you're going to find that you're going to be weak, and the other people on the map are going to control the game more. And what you basically want as a player, in order to climb, is that you want to emphasize giving yourself as much control over the game as possible, and then learning what the right play is and making it. Does that make sense?
Gotcha. Yeah,
So the
yeah.
first step is put the game in your hands all the time. The second step is understand what you can do to win the game with that control. Um, so the first thing is that you need to understand that the game is about XP. Like, and that's not going to be natural for you because that's not how players learn how to play the game by default. Players play
Yeah.
this game like it's Call
It's
of
all
Duty.
about minions.
It's all
Yeah,
about
I've
minions. It's all about XP.
gotcha.
So we're gonna want to watch your farm. Make sure that your farm is as high as it can reasonably be. If you have really bad issues with farm, then I'll basically prescribe some really basic farming, some very basic farming practice that you can do that will help you improve. Um, and that's gonna
I
be.
do. Okay. No,
Sorry,
no,
go
you
ahead.
continue.
No, sorry, go ahead.
No, no, no. You go.
So like one of the basic solutions that you can do to help improve your farm, if it's particularly bad, is it's basically the Soraka challenge, but you can do it with your champion that you play a lot, in which case will be Sett. Which you're going to
Yeah.
come to practice tool and you're just going to stand here and last hit minions. Basically, like you won't push like I'm doing right now, but you would just last hit minions and make sure that out of the first like 5 waves, you could land basically all of the minions every time you do it. Um,
Gotcha.
and that you can use a lot of different things. You basically take very few items. You won't take level ups and stuff like that, and you'll just keep landing the farm as well as you can. Um, and if you do that for long enough, if you can get to a few minutes and have decent farm, then your farm is fine. And then
Okay.
you can learn like your under tower farm and stuff like that as well. Like
Gotcha.
for example, um, just covering some really basic stuff. Obviously, do you know how much gold a tower plate is worth?
A single tower plate? No. Well, yes. One tower plate is half a kill. Two is a single kill.
Yes. Do you know how much a kill is worth?
I think the first time you kill them, 300 to 400 gold.
Okay. So you're the cool thing is whatever you're learning from, you've learned a lot of the right ideas. Let's start putting numbers to it just to give you some extra advantage. Because once you're getting to a point in this game about thinking about plays and stuff, you're going to be thinking about it numerically. So
Gotcha.
a kill is 300 gold unless they have a shutdown. Um and then first blood is 400. Like very, very first blood, like at all on any champion in the game. Like if you kill the
Yeah.
very first champion of the game that you kill is worth 400. But that only happens once per game for whichever team. So you don't really need to worry about that. Um, but you basically, um, A kill is worth 300. A plate is worth 160.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the reason that things like that are important is because I'll see a lot of players that will stay and they'll grab a plate and then they'll die. And so they've traded effectively, they've given the enemy 300 gold for 160 gold that they get, which is a massive loss for you. Because they also get XP the whole time that you're gone, they get gold for the whole time that you're gone from the wave, they get tempo the whole time that you're gone. And so it's a massive disadvantage for you as a player if you choose to do that. So, like, you want to be deprioritizing plates and prioritizing XP and being in lane. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Um, the other thing is I'm going to have you check is down here in interface at the very bottom, there's a thing that says experience that needs to be on. Many players do not have that on, and it's fundamentally important that you turn that on.
Okay, settings, interface.
It might
Okay.
not be visible for you if you're not in the game.
Yes. Oh, it is off.
Yeah, that needs to be on. That's super, super important. The reason why is
Okay.
this. Okay, watch what a minion does. Look over top of Sett's head.
Yeah.
Oh, you see that 30 XP?
Uh-huh.
It's like right here.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Now I see it.
Okay, 60 XP. Okay, watch this.
60. Okay.
See it?
Uh-huh.
It said 93. Nowhere near that
Oh,
minion.
yeah.
I'm getting XP for those minions right now. So this means that if I'm getting my ass whooped in lane, my responsibility is to stand at least at this range. At the range at which I'm still getting XP. Because I'm still able to scale into the game. I'm still able to get XP and level up.
Okay.
So your goal is to stand within XP range if you're losing, or if you're pulling the wave or whatever, you need to just at least be in XP range. So many players will like, oh well, I need to play safe. It'll stand here, and you notice I'm not getting any XP for this. So this will lose you games. Or they'll stand like here, like I need to get XP, and they'll stand like here, and then they're at risk of getting traded out of lane and losing that XP anyway, right? So you need to like
Gotcha.
basically internalize what XP range is, and when you're in very very bad matchups, your goal is just to preserve XP, which means you're standing at like this range right here, where you're still collecting XP, but you're at a completely safe range, where they're never going to step forward and challenge you or touch you, and you can always walk away if you need to. So, like, basically, if you're ahead, play aggressive. If you're even, play however you want. If you're behind, play at XP range. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because your main goal as a player is that you want to keep your XP as high as humanly possible. It's the most important thing that you can do in the game.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we have the XP indicator on. Let's see some other things. Do you currently play with quick cast or quick cast with indicator on?
Let me look.
This is important.
All I do is I click the button and I use it. I don't know which one it is. It has the lightning bolt on it for all of them.
Okay, so that's quick cast. Does the little box that says quick cast with indicator on below it, is that on?
Oh, no, both of them are off.
Okay, perfect. That's exactly what you want. You'd be amazed at how many players have that on, and that significantly slows down your ability to play the champion. Whenever you're playing a new champion, turn quick cast with indicator on. Because that gives you, like, okay, if I walk up and I press W right now, right, just drops the W. If I turn this on, now when I press W, oops, sorry. Now when I press W, it gives me a little indicator that shows me where it's going to go. This is
Oh,
more
that
pertinent.
sucks.
This is more pertinent to Sett's E, where you can see where it's going or whatnot. This is more of the value of the E. But you only want this on if you're very brand new to a champion because you need to learn this and then discard this. And I see a lot of players that like have that on all the time, even when they've played like thousands of games on a champion, and it slows down your ability to cast abilities.
Yeah, I
So,
never had that on in the first place. My
okay,
friend told me to turn
good.
that off
That's
when
good.
he
You
showed
do
me how to
you
play.
do want that off, unless you're consistently struggling to land abilities, in which case turn it on so you can get your shit together, and then after you get that internalized, move away from that.
Gotcha.
The other thing that you need available, in my opinion, do you use the mouse? Do you have like mouse buttons on the side of your mouse at all?
Yes, I do.
Do you
I have
use them?
one to open. Yes, I use one to open up my shop because I hate pressing P, and then another one I think for Ignite or
Okay,
something.
you don't have to change. Like I'm not gonna nitpick you because I think we can learn a lot
Yeah,
more
yeah,
from what the game is itself. But I will tell you that like 90% of players Gold Plus have the very front one set to be or at least whatever one is most easily accessible set to be the control key. Um, and that's so that like when I level up, like you said, I just leveled up. Watch my mouse, see where it is in the map. It's up here on me.
yeah. You just control Q.
Right.
Yeah,
Now, if you're already doing that by using like your pinky down on the control key,
yeah,
that's fine too, I guess. I will say that a mouse button is much better because otherwise, like let's say you need to let's say that you're going to level up and then you need to like level up and then flash Q on somebody.
yeah.
If you do that, if you level up and you need to flash Q them, there's a lot more going on with your hand, right? Because you have to flash and then you have to move your pinky down and then level your Q, and then you have to move your hand back up and then press the Q to like flash and use the ability. Whereas if you have your right hand doing the holding of the control, your left hand doesn't have to move at all.
Uh-huh. So how I do it is because I'm used to Valorant for control to crouch.
Okay.
I use the bottom of my pinky. I don't actually press it with
Okay.
my tip of
Cool.
my finger.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Huh. Okay, cool. As long as you know that's fine then. As long as you have a mechanic for doing it reliably and you're not whiffing because of it, then it's fine. Like
Okay.
if that's something that you can already do to that level, that's good. Um, I don't know if I recommend using Ignite on it, but I think that that's fine. I'm not gonna pick on that because like moving your fingers down to the D and F keys is not a great thing. So if you're
Gotcha.
delegating the moving your finger down to the D key to a mouse button, I think that that's fine.
Okay.
Um, I will say that there are two other toggles that I use. I have three buttons on my mouse, and I use the first one for control, which we've just covered. The one closest to my thumb that I can toggle on or off, like the one that you have to like reach the furthest for or do the most to get to, should be the target
Uh-huh.
champions only target. If you're not currently using target champions only, it's very important that we get you using that. Um, so target champions only is the tilde key, which is the one that's up. It's the one to the left of the one key.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I press the tilde key, you see how the center of my cursor turns red?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so whenever you turn on the tilde key, now no matter what I do, I can't do anything. I can't target shit. I can't click on my. Well, okay, I can't.
Yeah, there was a biggest time where I did it in game and I didn't know how to change it
And got
and I
stuck
thought
and
I
thought the
was
game
just
was like
broken
broken. Yeah,
and yes, and I alt F4'd and just relaunched the game. And I
yeah.
did that like 4 times a
Until
game
somebody
until
figured
my
it out for you.
friend, yeah, and so till someone told me just hit the tilde key.
Right. So this is super important, and this should be delegated. I would argue that this should be delegated to a mouse button. Um,
Okay.
and the reason is this: whenever you need to dive somebody under turret, you need to use this. If you're looking for a dive, which is one of the most important things you can do, it's fundamentally important that you have target champions only. When you see me go for a dive, let me set my health to full here. Um, Okay. When you're going for a dive, whenever you see me go for a dive on stream, I literally say on stream, I go, all right, guys, I'm going to go for a dive. Let me turn on my target champions only. And I use my right hand finger, or I use my like thumb to press the button that corresponds
Uh-huh.
to target champions only. So I just go like this. I'm going to target champions only. And I turn it on, and I walk under, and I click on them. And then I kill them. Like, if you don't have a target champions only, or if you don't use it, what's going to happen instead is you're going to walk into tower, and you're going to go to kill them, and you're gonna go like this, and you're gonna click, and you're gonna go like this, and you're gonna like come over here, and you're gonna click like this, and you're never gonna get to hit them, and then you're gonna die, and then you're gonna lose the game. So it's super important that you have target champions only on. If you want to reach for target champions only with your pinky, I guess it's fine. Personally, I would recommend moving it to one of your thumb buttons on your mouse
Gotcha.
because whenever you dive, you need to never ever ever go for the dive and end up hitting the tower or hitting a minion. Whenever you go for a dive, you need to be clearly and concisely just nuking the laner and getting out because dives are the most impactful plays that you can have on the game. So
Gotcha.
that's my recommendation. The other thing is that I have my third mouse button set to is attack move click, which is like so. Look at the situation here. Well, let's at least get some minions spawning again, I guess. Well, no, this is fine. Okay, watch my mouse.
Yeah.
Like, you see how my mouse is nowhere near that champion, but I'm still able to hit him?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just using an attack move click command. A lot of people have this set to A, which you might have it set to A, or a left click or something like that. I have it just set to a button because then I can just easily go like this. Oops.
Gotcha.
So then I can still always, I don't have to worry about like clicking back and then clicking, and clicking back and clicking back and clicking back and miss it, and clicking back and move forward and then clicking back. Like I literally just go, and then you can always be ready to like move away and tether yourself away and stuff very, very easily. So that's another thing that you could potentially improve about your like actual specific indicator mechanics and stuff.
Gotcha.
Do you play lock screen or free camera?
So I watch a lot of videos to
I'm not gonna force you to
that
go to. I'm not
say,
gonna force you to go off lock cam.
yeah,
I
I
don't. I don't
play
think that
lock
much.
camera, but there's so many people that just says, "Yo, you need to play," you know.
No, no. Yeah, if you play lock cam, I play lock cam personally, but
Gotcha.
I always unlock my camera and move it around and bring it
But
back.
I always hit like F1. I do that a lot to see
Oh,
F1
okay.
to
No, no. Change this.
look at
This is
them.
cool. This is a good opportunity as well. Don't do that. Change your
Okay.
hotkeys. Go to your hotkeys. Go to camera control. Change it to ZXCV
Oh, okay.
because it's way, way, way easier and more natural for your hand to go to ZXCV than it is for it to go to F1, F2, F3, F4. Um, so if you move your your camera control, your select ally 1 through 4 to ZXCV, it's going to be much much more natural for you to get to the other get to the other indicators. Um, so if you're already
What
using
about
your
Ally
camera
4?
locations, so your ZXCV is your 1 through 4. Your select self doesn't matter. You're never selecting yourself.
Oh, see, see.
If you need to select self to something or center camera on champion, that'll be spacebar. If you have to do it, but you shouldn't need to do that because you just relock your camera if you want to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my major recommendation regarding camera locations. If you're already using that, that's sweet. So my recommendation is this though. So your camera unlock right now should be Y. You should change your camera move
Yeah.
speed. The camera move speed, change that way down. Because the problem with people is if they unlock their camera, they basically like it gets super away from them super fast and they can't keep track of it and then they loot like they get too far away from the fight. Turn your camera move speed like significantly down. Like 25, 30 or something. Turn it down until you feel like it's actually too slow. Like if you're losing yourself in fights, turn it down. If you get to the point where it's so low that you physically like can't keep up with yourself, like this feels kind of cumbersome. Like it takes too long. I have to have my mouse at the edge too long before it'll move, so I would turn it out from here or something, like that. But
Gotcha.
if you just make it slower like this, you can play like unlocked camera without just losing your shit. A lot of players, the problem is they just feel like it's just too shaky. They don't feel like it's controllable enough if they have it on unlocked camera. So I think it's fine to do that and then just move your camera around like this.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it doesn't need to be as high as it is or whatever. Like I think in general it's better. It's kind of like playing shooters where you want your camera like you want your sensitivity a lot lower just in general. Like having too high of sensitivity makes all of your actions very imprecise. So you want to like actually lower your sensitivity and then just make your right arm move more, basically. Um,
Yeah.
so that's something that's important. The other thing I would say is move camera on revive should be off. And the situation where this is really important is like, let's say that you're looking at a fight and you need to teleport to it or something, um, and then you respawn. Like, let's say like you're dead and you're gonna respawn in 5 seconds, and your team needs you to teleport to a very specific spot at Baron. If you have move camera on revive on, you can be like looking at the spot and pick the spot and be like, okay, I'm gonna teleport to here, and then the move camera on revive happens, and then like it just pans you back to yourself, and then you're staring at your body, and then you have to come down here and click over there, and then unlock your camera, and then look at it, and then you have to like then you click the teleport, and it can cause you a whole bunch of problems. So I highly recommend turning move camera on revive off. Like you know when you revive because your camera stops being black and gray, right?
Yeah.
It starts being not that. So, like move cam and revive, in my opinion, is just redundant and stupid.
Gotcha.
Um, and then obviously per set offset, which you already have, and then treat target champions should be a toggle if it's not already.
3. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and that's just that treat target champions only. That's what we were just talking about, the red indicator in the middle of the mouse. That needs to be a
Gotcha. So I
toggle.
don't have to re-click it.
exactly. Well, so if you don't, it's gonna be I don't remember what it's called. The one where you have to hold it. It's like crouch, right? So when you're playing a game where you have to crouch, you probably have it set to toggle already, where you just click the button and then it crouches you, and then that's the end of what you do. Like, and then if you want to uncrouch, you click it again. Um, whereas like if you otherwise you have to hold that button down the whole time that you're diving, and for obvious reasons that sucks. That would be like if the whole time you're diving you had to hold down the tilde key, right? Like that would be
Yeah,
really,
that would
really
suck.
that would really suck. So target champions only should be on toggle, and auto attack, in my opinion, should be off. Like you should be choosing when you attack. It shouldn't just be spam happening. A lot of players use auto attack and are not comfortable with it off. If that's how you are and that's
No,
how you feel, like
I did not. I turned that off.
okay,
I hated not using uh using it, and then
mhm,
I would miss cannon because
yeah,
like there's so many times I had it on and I was like, what the fuck?
absolutely. So those are the game settings. Interface settings, I do recommend turning your minimap scale up. I've historically been known for having this set very low, but being a very macro-oriented player that focuses on the minimap a lot, you really should have your
I
minimap.
have it all the way up.
You should have it. I don't know about that, but you should definitely have it up a lot. If you have it all the way up, I'm not going to tell you to shrink it because like that's at least means you're like looking at more than you need to. It, I would say turn it down if you're ever accidentally clicking on the map. Um,
Gotcha.
and turn it down until you stop accidentally clicking on the map. So
Okay.
that's what I
I have
would
a
say.
question.
Yes.
Where in hotkeys is does it show um for the attack on move?
Oh, player movement.
Uh yeah. Okay, player movement.
Attack move click is the one that I use. People will use player
Gotcha.
attack only click, but then if you do that, then you have to click it and then you have to left click, and then it will register the attack move. I just move it down to just one key, which is the player attack move click key, and that's just one of the buttons on my mouse.
Okay.
Um, so minimap if it's up, that's good. I highly recommend changing show names above health bar down to champion name, especially if you're relatively new, because like skins can be a bitch, and you will sometimes not be able to tell what champion a champion actually is. And having champion name set to champion name, having this set to champion name will make it much easier to recognize what player or what champion you're looking at.
Gotcha. I have it at none right now.
Which is fine. I think personally, I think champion name's a little better because then you see it, and if you're reading that name ever, your brain can see it and go, um, your name,
Gotcha. Can't fight that guy, you know.
right? That's a Shen.
I
I
don't know
can't
how
hit
to
him. Exactly. So
gotcha.
I recommend champion name. A lot of players love summoner name, but I just think that that's bad. Like it's just unnecessary information and it floods you. And then like you see the guy's name and you go, "Oh, this guy was talking shit to me in chat earlier. I should kill him." And then like you're not taking the right things into account. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Um, ability and attack display. This doesn't matter because you're a manaless champion, but show spell cost should be on, and ability cooldown should be in minutes and seconds. Because like you don't think about time in seconds, right? Like
Yeah.
chances are if
Okay.
you're seeing like 215 seconds, your brain is like doing some gymnastics to get that down to 3 minutes and 35 seconds or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's or 45 seconds. So it's worth getting that down to minutes and seconds so you actually think about it in terms of the clock. Um and then show spell cost is pretty useful. Enable line missile display is pretty useful. Um and then the experience indicator. Those are all pretty important. Um
Gotcha.
outside of that, obviously
I
solid.
use spell. I already had it on because spell cost. Because I played Fizz and I was like,
Yeah. Yeah.
why is my E taking so much mana?
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's exactly it. So that's a really, really useful and valuable thing. And then in video, I recommend turning your color level up significantly. And if you ever have trouble spotting abilities, turning on colorblind mode is pretty good too. Because there's a lot of weird skins and abilities and stuff that will make like anything that's green is especially noticeable. Like if you have anybody, one of the like low key cheats in this game that you can do is have all of your chromas be green that have VFX that are green and play green skins, play skins that have heavy like green or light blue abilities because people will stand in shit for no reason if it's not red. So
Gotcha.
skill shot oriented champions especially like they will use that to trick you into staying on stuff because your brain is programmed to see red on the ground and go nope and get the fuck out of dodge. So I highly recommend having either at least the color way up or having colorblind mode on, which will force those things to be noticeably more red or orange, which will innately cause you to walk out of them.
Gotcha.
So those are some of the small little tricks and stuff that I would
Like
use when it comes
Oriana,
to.
like there's a skin with Oriana and her ult. I can't even fucking see it.
There's a lot of shit like that. A lot of like more like planty or naturally thing like Zyra, Brand, Anivia. A lot of them have stuff where like you can't see it if it's set up a certain way. So I highly recommend having that stuff set up. Like I personally play colorblind mode. It's gonna look weird at first, but it makes it so everything is way more prominent. And it's specifically designed to stop those things from getting past you. So I keep my color level really high, and I keep my colorblind mode on to ensure that that's something that I'm able to see pretty well as well.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that's the brunt of our settings. I won't belabor that point anymore. We kind of talked about those, and we covered some of the basics of the champion. We talked about itemization. I can build you an item set really quick too, so that we have like really fast backs. I don't know if your backs are a problem yet, so we're just gonna get ahead of that one and make the item set. Um, are you familiar with item sets?
Uh, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Where you go into your shop and there's item set. Like I have one that almost always builds. Like I'll share my screen real quick with League. Like cause for some reason in video you can't even fucking see it
Okay.
the video settings. So like here, uh,
Uh.
so see,
Oh, I'm looking at my own fucking stream, aren't I? Yes, that's correct. Okay.
and it almost always comes up like,
FC.
but like
What are
I
you
can
you
add
What are
more.
you using? What is that?
Face FC is
Face
for
check.
face check.
Face check. Okay, so you use face check to import the stuff. Okay, I am going to tell you this much. Do you use face check to auto import your runes and items?
Yes, but I change them. If I am playing set and I see like I don't know, I'm facing a karma top, I'll change it to AP. Uh but I don't like I've never really tested any other runes other than they give me,
Okay,
other than like Pike I
so
know a whole bunch of them, and same thing with Not.
I will say, like, okay, I think that things like that are extremely helpful for new players or players playing new champions. If you're going to play one champion, you need to be setting your own stuff intentionally.
Gotcha.
So I recommend like while we're doing the set run, while we're trying to improve based on this champion, I highly recommend that you disable at least the automatic rune setting, and I will give you an item set for you to use that's based off what we just discussed. Because what those item and rune sets do is they just grab the highest win rates, and then they'll take some very small things into account, like the enemy champions, but they don't take into account state of the game. They don't take into account different variables, right? They don't take into account a lot of different things that will completely change the way that the game plays out for you,
Yeah.
and what items you want to build and such. So um, I highly recommend custom picking your own stuff. Okay.
Gotcha.
So if you can still see my screen here, I'm just building out the item set right now, and then we'll be able to build this.
So I have a replay of the
Yes.
10 and 2 game that I have
Okay.
if we can go through it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's so there are a few different ways that I do coaching. So you can basically, I will always watch the client play some at least. Um,
Yeah.
so um, I can watch you play the games live. I can watch your VODs.
Okay.
Or you can watch me play the champion that you're playing in the elo that you want to play in, or that you're playing in.
Uh-huh.
Or we can do like one-on-one practice for things. And obviously, you can imagine the
Gotcha.
context, right? So there's like context where a student will come and they'll be like, "Hey, I play this champion. Whenever I see a Garen, I just rage quit or something like that, you know."
Gotcha.
So we can do like one-on-one practice for that as well. A lot of times, what I'll do in for the most part, what I'll have a student do is they'll play the champion for me, and then we'll discuss like what happened during the game, like and how they played, and I'll talk with them a little bit during the game, but mostly I'll let them play. And then
Gotcha.
if I feel like there's like a lot to improve, like they really don't quite grasp some of the ways the champion should be played, or we don't have the same terminology, then I will play a game of that champion in their elo, and show them how I would interface with the wave, how I would interact with the enemy champion, how I'd rotate on the map, what specific things I'm looking at, how I'm controlling my camera, where I'm warding. I'll show that in a game, and that lets me sync up our terminology. And then for future games, then they when they play, I can refer to the game that I played that they watched. Um,
Gotcha. Okay.
does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can absolutely do the VOD though. So like we can start with the VOD and we can kind of work our way through it. So I'll pull that up in just one second here. Let me finish this item set and I'll send it over to you.
Yeah. So while you're making that, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so a two, can we go over the items for Mordekaiser, if that's
Yes.
okay after this?
Absolutely.
And then another big question.
Yep.
So I'll be like, like I hear so many times, like in streams and in videos of I watch a lot of top laners play, uh, like the boss FFS and all
Okay.
the other, uh, and they say that like top lane is the most like non-effective role. Like
No.
like you can pub stomp top and then just everybody else lose, and so you have to 1v5.
No, that's true in if you're at your peak elo, that's true.
Okay.
So like if you're like diamond playing in diamond, that's true. If you're like challenger playing in challenger, that's true. Top lane is largely ineffectual at that elo. Um, because what happens is players are so good at punishing you for leaving or for moving or for doing anything that if you take a bad roam, you just lose the game. So players, the reason it's ineffectual is that players will basically just sit top indefinitely, and then the whole map can go one way or the other, and then you'll just lose. So
Gotcha.
like if top lane was ineffective, like this would never be able to happen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
watching.
Do you see this? Do you see this? 325 games, 65% win rate.
Yeah,
124 games, 66% win rate. 64 game, 56%. You would like this would I would never have these win rates. I could not have a positive win rate from top. Like your win rate would just be 50%. Right, because
gotcha.
your team would win half the games and their team would win half the games. If that was a hard true rule. The thing is a lot of players that say that top lane does not have map impact are players that do not leave top lane ever. If you watch me play top lane, I am almost never top lane. Like I'm top lane for like 8 of the first like 20 minutes, and then I'm not top lane the rest of that time. So, but I'm not losing the game because I'm getting a shit ton of value. The perception that top lane has no impact is based on people playing in an elo where people will punish you so hard for leaving that you can never leave and actually impact the map. But top lane, if I build a 3-wave slow push, I have like a minute and a half that I can go do anything I want on the map. And if you watch me on stream, a lot of the time I'll be building a push and I'll like scare the enemy into like getting like they're just losing, and I'll just shade at them and then I'll just leave. And most of the time they're gonna panic and they're gonna freeze. They're gonna be like, "Oh, thank God, he's not in my face killing me. I'm just gonna freeze the wave." And as soon as they do that, I just go bot lane and kill their bot lane, and then I go mid lane and I kill their mid lane, and then I go to dragon and I take dragon, and then I go to my jungler's jungle and I take all of his jungle, and then I go back to top lane. And what should be a gigantic loss, and I should now be behind because that guy got 3 waves, instead I come back with like an extra 1500 gold and I run him over because you can put people in situations where they don't react properly. Basically, this game is like taking a series of like you're familiar with D&D.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
a,
I've never played it, but I've watched
you get the concept.
like chapters. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of this game is like you're basically giving the enemy champion like a knowledge check a lot of the time. Like you're basically being like, okay, roll your dice, and if like he rolls like a 14 or less, then you win the game. Like or you win the specific trade, you win the situation. You're basically like when I leave the lane, what I'm asking him is, do you have any idea that right now you should be pushing into me really fast to stop me from doing what I'm about to do? And if he rolls a 13 and he just freezes the wave, he just loses because I just go extract an infinite amount of value from the map and come back and kill him. and then he just loses the game. And then his team gets mad that I killed them, and then they go top diff, why my top not roam? And I go to top lane, and then I start pushing, and then the top laner goes to the dragon fight because he just got yelled at a bunch, and now he's like, well, I have to go help my team. So then he roams, and then I take 2 towers, and I get another 1,000 gold lead, and then I close the game out. You know what I mean? So
Gotcha.
top lane is not impactful if you stay top lane the whole game and are not playing champions that are designed to do that. You can stay top lane all game if you're Scion, if you're Yorick, if you're Fiora, if you're Jax. You get more value if you roam some of the time, but you can basically stay in lane almost indefinitely on those champions. But on most other champions, your value comes from getting value and gold off of the map and impacting the map at the right times. If you don't know when to leave your lane, it's a super, super low impact role. Does that make sense?
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right.
Now
So,
another thing while you create
yes.
that is late. So I feel like is it better like my team is losing and I tell them, and I'm winning. And I tell them just play for late game. Is it better than that? Like oh, well no. Sorry, wrong question. Um should I play for myself if or the team? Because I feel like if I roam, you know, and help my team out, then I still feel like we lose. But if I play for myself, my team loses still. Like I'm not blaming my team. Obviously, there's sometimes
Mhm.
where I just get pub stomped,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I just and I'm like 1 in 4, and then I go try to help my team, and my team still loses. You know?
That makes sense. Um, so I'm gonna put this in a couple ways. So the dangerous thing is that, like, the default response I'm supposed to give you is I'm supposed to say play for yourself. Um, but the problem is that builds kind of a bad mindset, is because it's more situational than that. In general, you will win more games if you play for yourself if you have a better understanding of the game than your team does, right? So if you play for
Gotcha.
yourself, like the thing is if you play for yourself and you give yourself all the gold and all the strength, you have to know what to do with it. There's no value in you taking all the gold off the map and giving yourself all the control if you don't know what to do to exert control of the map with
And then
that
just
gold and
die.
with that value. Right, exactly. If you take all the gold and then you just turbo ant. Okay, here's an example that comes to mind. The very first time that I made diamond in season 9, I went Jack's top and um I lost lane and I went to a team fight mid game, and the game was like close, but it was pretty hard. And I went down to bot and I fought at the dragon, and out of nowhere, like completely accidentally, I got like a pentakill and got like 3 shutdowns and got like a full item worth of stats. And I had absolutely no fucking idea what I needed to do to win the game, and we just turbo lost the game because I got all that value and had no idea what to do. Like I didn't have the faintest idea how to do anything to the game, and I literally left the play and I went back to top lane and I sat top lane and I farmed. And the team that just died and gave shutdowns to the other team, whatever, just got rolled because I'm just sitting top with all the gold. So because I didn't know what
Gotcha.
to do with the game, even though I got fed, I didn't have the right knowledge to win the game from that fedness, right? So by default, you need to be defaulting to feeding yourself, but you also need to be holding yourself accountable. Like the number of times that I'll see a player get super fed and then not carry the game, like a lot of times that player then like goes, "Oh, I got super fed. This team sucks. The team did so badly. I could never carry this team. It's the team's fault." The problem is that's a really bad mindset. That
Hmm.
champion, that
Yeah.
player had the resources. If he knew what to do, he should win that game because he gave himself all the resources to win the game and then he didn't do anything with it. So the idea should be that you should be getting resources, but the idea should also be that it's your responsibility to understand what to do well enough to win the game from that.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, so I mean, I would say that you should lean into putting resources on yourself, but you also need to take the responsibility of learning what it is that you need to do. Is that fair?
Yeah.
All right. So I would say we have our item set pretty much built out here. I think this is pretty good. Um, Very situationally, you could build like a Sunfire or something if you have like a very, very situational enemy team has a shit ton of CC. If the enemy team has an unbelievable amount of CC, you could arguably build a Sunfire, and because
Gotcha.
a Sunfire is going to give you the ability to get through CC, and we'll talk about things like tenacity and value and stuff like that. But that's going to be really situational. For the most part, this is going to be basically your item set. Um, and in order to make your backs as fast as humanly possible, what on earth?
What
What
on
did
earth is that?
what did they do? Man, they fucked this game up so bad. This makes sense as why Poor Professor's freaking out.
Why do they have two of the fucking?
No,
Uh,
this makes perfect sense. So watch this. I asked this the other day on stream. I went to stream and I was hovering over items, and it says what the recipe is to build the item. See the recipe for Ravenous Hydra?
mhm.
It's a Bramble Vest, a Rage Blade, and a Amplifying Tome. None of like not only is Rage Blade the same tier as a Ravenous, but it's a totally different item. Amplifying Tome is an AP item that has nothing to do with it, and Thornmail and Bramble Vest have nothing to do with Ravenous as well. So they fucked up something underneath. They in a surprise change of events, as part of them changing all the items in the next patch or whatever, they've like apparently butchered their underlying system.
Two red smites equals a cauldron hammer.
Yeah.
And it
So
goes into a fucking collector, and collector turns into a. That's funny.
I'm gonna add one more layer here, and this will be like your first back items or something maybe.
Okay.
This is gonna be like if you back and you're on like 1100 gold, or you're back and you're on X gold or whatever. Then this is what we're gonna be grabbing. So we grab our basic boots. We got a Caulfields. Um, we got a pickaxe. Or wait, no, this is made out of sorry, this is made out of iron spike, which is a pickaxe, no iron spike, I think. Iron spike. Or if we're going the Bork angle, then the Bork angle is the recurve bow and a 900 vampiric scepter. Okay, so this is like your basically your early sets. So this is starter. This is first back. This is core. Third damage option. This is your armor options. This is your MR options, and then these are like situational. Cleaver if they're super
Gotcha.
tanky. Thorns if they have a ton of healing. Styrax if they have a ton of burst. And then Sunfire if they have a ton of CC. All right, and I'm gonna export this and send it to you. Okay, so the way this is gonna work is it's gonna send to you as a gigantic text string. And then all you're gonna do is go to your item sets, and then you just copy paste it in.
Here's items. Items right here. Oh, not duplicate. How do I add it though? Oh, import. Paste copied set. Control V. Wait, rename it. How do I rename the main?
Left hand side. There you go.
See.
All right. So we've got the item set. Let's grab a rune set as well. I think in general his rune set's pretty static. It doesn't look like it's any of those. So usually set's gonna be, to my awareness, unless I missed something significant, and they've changed the way that people build set.
I use Conquer. That's what I
Yeah,
use.
that's what I was thinking, and none of those are conch. Okay, yeah, this is exactly what I thought it was. Okay, so your primary left-hand side is going to be conch. So go to your yellow tree. Okay, grab conch, middle, left, bottom right. And then it's going to be green tree, and it's going to be middle, middle, and bottom middle. Yep. Um, so
Pretty
save
good.
this. And then it's going to be, there are a couple of very small situational things here.
Okay.
So the first thing is in that green tree, you're going to be taking
Yeah.
second wind against people that have any kind of poke or who trade with you
Gotcha.
like really short trades. And you're
Would
going to
I
be taking
take this? Would I take this into a Orn when when he cues me,
um
or would it just
I'm
be
going to say
better to take
no.
conditioning?
And the reason I'm going to say no is so the one on the right, you see bone plating?
Yeah.
Bone plating is like a staple of top lane. It's like fundamentally important for top lane. Um, because what you're going to do is you're going to look to trade really heavily when yours is up and theirs is down. And basically, you see how it says next three spells or attacks you receive deal 30 to 60 less damage?
Yeah.
That means if you walk up and they hit you 3 times, you just took 90 less damage at level 1 than you should have,
Oh,
which
okay.
which is like a whole attack or two, right? And once you get to higher levels, it's like 180 per trade that you don't have to deal with. So this will give you huge value over the course of the game. Um, and you're going to take second wind against like ranged matchups, and anybody else you're taking bone plating is the general idea.
Gotcha.
Um, it's a little more complicated than that, but that's the pretty good idea of how to do it. So that's what I would do here. This does differ from what you typically get in some ways. So on like the recommended build is going to be unflinching, which is the bottom right one. Um, I recommend the bottom middle because the bottom middle has heal and shield power, which Sett has is very heavily oriented towards self heal. It also applies to Omnivamp, and the shield power obviously applies to his W as well. And you'll see that the shields
Oh,
you
really?
cast or receive are 10% stronger below 40% health. So if you W and you're below 40% health, that shield can be 10% larger.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's a pretty high value pick in my opinion. So this is my recommendation. Um, and I would play this, and the only situation that I'll really change anything is I would switch to Second Wind if they're extremely pokey. And on the left hand tree, you could change from Alacrity to Tenacity, which is the third row and the first and second columns. You can switch those two depending on it's your left hand tree.
Oh,
And it's between, so it's the third row, so one more up right there. So that one and the one to its left, those are interchangeable depending on. In general, alacrity is just better and feels better. You're only going to change the tenacity in the event that they have a shit ton of CC. So, like a game where your brain goes to Sunfire is a game where you're going to go into the tenacity rune.
like an Amumu, Morgana, Orn,
Something that's
and then like a Vagar.
yes, that is exactly it. Exactly something that's insanely CC oriented. You're going to go into Sunfire and you're going to go into that middle tenacity tree. Um, and that's because if you go to like if you take all of the tenacity things and you buy a size potion, like if you go tenacity and then you go unflinching and then you get mercury treads and then you get a size potion, like you basically have 95% tenacity, which means if somebody would stun you for 1 second, they instead stun you for 0.05 seconds.
Holy fuck, really?
Right. Exactly.
My God.
So situationally, that can be extremely valuable. But I will tell you that sacrificing alacrity is going to make your champion feel way different in all of the ways, and it's going to lose you games
Gotcha.
if you don't expect it and you don't have it internalized. So by default right now, I would recommend just keeping alacrity on hand. But
Okay.
situationally, like if they have a ton of CC, switch to the tenacity rune. Does that all make sense?
Yes.
All right.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is lethal tempo good? I have seen some videos, but those were like from a year ago that they were like, "This is OP" and shit like that. But those are a while ago.
Lethal tempo is disgusting, but it's it's particularly good when you're running an on hit build.
Gotcha.
Because so think about this situation.
Like a vein.
Vayne is a wonderful example. If you're using lethal tempo you can basically get your attack speed like you would normally have a maximum attack speed of 2.5, and normally your attack speed might even be like 1.8 or something, right? But
Hmm.
if you have lethal tempo and you stack it and you have Bork and you have Rage Blade, then you could conceivably have like 3.5 attack speed and every like third attack your on hit attack procs twice. If you do that in terms of just the Bork math alone, Bork does 12% current health damage per attack. If you get your attack speed to like 3, that means and you have a Rage Blade. That means that you're going to go over the course of 1 second, you're going to hit them 3 times. Doot doot doot. This doesn't include your Q auto cancel, which so we're going to say 4. And then it doesn't include the third basic attack doubling, which is Rage Blade. So you basically effectively on hit them 5 times. So if you do the math on that, in 1 second, 5 auto attacks times the 12% current health physical damage means that over the course of 1 second, you hit them 5 times and do roughly 50% of their health and damage, just in basic attacks.
Jesus.
But that's anybody. That's if it's a 10,000 health Cho, that's 5,000 health and damage. Granted, that's pre-mitigation. But so in theory, lethal tempo is extremely, extremely nasty. The problem is that it doesn't give you any of the healing that Conqueror does. Conqueror gives you a shit ton of self healing. Um, so over the course of a fight, because you're a champion that wants to get low and then get healthy and then get low, Conqueror's really good. It also gives you a ton of AD. So in general, I will say that the brunt of the time, the champion is designed for Conqueror. But
Gotcha.
and I wouldn't just willy nilly change back and forth. But here's one of the things: whenever you play a champion, you're always welcome to choose an identity for your champion. Um, so you could say I'm lethal tempo Sett, and that's what I play. And then you could change your itemization to make it work, and you could do all those things to make it work, and then you could make it work. Like it's viable. You could climb on lethal tempo Sett. It's fine. I would say that Conqueror is generally going to be better because it fits more situations. Um,
Gotcha.
if you really feel like you really want to leverage it, then my recommendation is that you do it into super super tanky teams. Whenever they have a super tanky team, you're going to go lethal tempo and you're going to go Bork Rageblade. That's my recommendation.
Gotcha.
Like that, if you wanted to do it ever, if that was going to be your like little ace in the hole pick, I would do it in that situation with those parameters.
Oh,
All right. So that's a bunch of information. Is any of that generally helpful? Like
yes.
the stuff we
Yes.
just gave you.
Definitely.
Okay, cool. All right, so we can go into the VOD review now, so that we can get actually some of the gameplay done, and then I'll probably have you do a live game. So because one of the things is VOD reviews can be a little bit not terribly valuable. Um, one of the reasons is like reviewing losses can be challenging because at some point in the game just became unwinnable, and
Yeah.
like everything you do is going to look wrong because there's just no options. Bloodthirster on Warwick, yes or no? Bloodthirster is totally viable on Warwick, absolutely. Um, okay, so sorry, I was talking stream. So,
I know you're fine.
at some point in a loss, the game became unwinnable, and at some point
Okay.
during a win, the game basically became unlosable. And worse yet, during wins, players tend to be extremely sloppy during wins. Like if they know that the game is already won, they tend to be really, really ridiculously sloppy. And
Okay.
so, like, you probably made a bunch
Yeah, like
of
the
really
Fizz
overzealous
game,
plays. Yeah.
I was like 12-5, and then I just died like 11 times in a row. Cause goofing off.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why that's like it can be a little challenging to VOD review these just because of that exact reason. Because then I'm gonna
Gotcha.
have to roast the hell out of you for the deaths that you had that were for no reason instead of like focusing on
Gotcha.
like I would rather do the first 5 to 10 minutes of any game and then say these are the mistakes that we made because the majority of your win rate is gonna come from how you handle the first wave, the first three
Okay.
waves, the first 5 waves, the first 10 minutes, the first
Gotcha.
15
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah, we can watch the first 15 minutes of the
Okay.
Sett game. I'm okay with that.
That would be the ideal because we want to really emphasize improving that the way that you open the game.
Oh, I didn't even have to send you the file. You could you could just click my profile,
Yep.
download it. I didn't.
That's correct. You have to do that. There's a reason that people have you send in files, but I don't remember what it is. It's nice if I can have somebody. It's nice when you have somebody send in their camera. So like if I
Oh,
recorded my
yep.
stream and send that, because then you can actually see what they saw. Because that's one of the deficiencies to this, that it's actually viable if you do like just live coaching. Because I can tell if your camera work just sucks. Right, I can tell if you just have no idea what's going on and you can't see anything, and like, because the amount of information that you're gathering is really important. Okay, so step one, looking at the comps, we are Sett, Ka, Yon, Sivir, Zareth against Darius, Kindred, Lux, Tristan, and Naught. So there's a couple things that are important. First thing is, our team is very heavy AD against a two tank team because Darius and Nautilus are both tanks. So that can be a little challenging. So my hope is, and based on those special characters' name, I'm gonna guess that he's gonna be able to do all right. If the Zareth does nothing, there's a fair shake we lose this just by virtue of armor for the enemy team. Um,
Gotcha.
that's kind of a first thing. It'd be nice if our mid was
So,
AP or something, but
gotcha. If I saw this, I should have went Mordekaiser
I would
instead.
heavily consider going Mordekaiser just because it gives us a better split. But that being said,
Gotcha.
Sett can shit stomp Darius, so winning your lane and then just building pen. Like, I guess what this tells me more than anything is you're probably going to need to build some pen. If you don't build pen, there's a fair shake that you build armor and you get into kind of a tough spot. Um,
Gotcha.
on the same token, Nautilus basically doesn't have damage, right? So
Yep.
they basically have 3 AD, 1 AP, which is Trist, Darius, Kindred, and the 1 AP. Um, they have a decent bit of CC, so you could argue for Mercury Treads here, but Platids are very valuable because it's Kindred, who's very basic attack heavy, Tristana is very basic attack heavy, and then Darius is basic attack heavy and also has the bleed, which does physical damage. So, in general, I would basically go armor and kill the Lux. That's kind of my rule of thumb here. I'm going to build armor, I'm going to kill Lux. That's kind of how I'm approaching this game from my itemization standpoint. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I built a armor.
Okay. And so we're going into the game. We're chilling, doing the AFK dance, getting some crunches in. I will say, in general, it will help your gameplay if you're in lane first, because it gives you the
Okay.
opportunity to like little cheesy stuff. It doesn't matter, but like little cheesy stuff like standing in certain bushes, getting information. Because it's not impossible in this game state that you walk up to here and stand in this bush, and he's already there and then kills you. Um,
Pretty sure I win level 1 though.
you do win level one, so it's not an example that really fits the bill. But let's say that you were like not thinking about it, and it was 1 minute, and you walked into this bush, and well, he'll be back here in his bush because I'm over here in my bush, and then like he
Yeah.
trades you, and you're tabbed out, and then you come back in, and then you die. Like you probably just lose the game because you did that.
Gotcha.
We go to turret.
Yeah, I think I was like grabbing my Gatorade right now. So,
Gotcha, gotcha. In general, when we open the game, we want to either be in Tribush or we want to be in like the first bush.
gotcha.
Because you
Okay.
want to be somewhere where you could potentially, like, if he walks up to the bush, I'm gonna basic Q basic basic, or basic basic Q basic. Um,
Yeah, I start E
okay,
for stun.
yeah. In general, that's the correct move. Um,
Okay.
so E, I'm assuming you know this. One of the important things about your E is if you E, you want to have one thing on one side of you and one thing on the other to guarantee the stun. If you can't, that's
Okay.
okay too. But you'd prefer to have like if you're gonna E him here, you want to be standing like right here. Then when he steps
Yeah.
forward, you want to E him into these minions and then punch his face off.
So, punching these two minions at the very start, I've watched videos on where it says to do it and to not do it. Is it good? Because then I can get this first minion before he does, and then I guarantee that I can two punch both these minions.
Yeah, so it all depends on what you
Okay.
want to do with the lane state. So you win level one. In general, the rule is the champion that wins level one should. So this is where it's tricky, and this is where we're going to kind of get in the weeds really fast. Um,
Yeah.
the champion that wins level one should be posturing more aggressively and trying to deny the first wave or wave control from the enemy laner. And then they should decide whether they want to push or pull the wave. Because whichever champion stronger gets to choose what happens to the wave. If you're
I think Darius, if he takes W, he wins level 1 because it slows me, and
uh,
I have no way to speed, so he can just kite me with. If he W's and autos me twice and the ghosts, I think he kills me. I didn't know. That's why I think what was going through my head here is because I've had that happen before where
okay,
I just got absolutely shit on by it.
all right.
So I didn't know if he took Q or W.
Let's ask the internet gods.
True.
Okay, this is overall win, right? Hmm. Are they going to tell us? A lot of times, the big thing is that at level one, like in Challenger, right? There's always a set rule. One of the champions wins level one just by default. Like
Yeah.
that's just guaranteed. Um, in low elo, I will say that you can usually just outskill the enemy laner at level one.
Okay.
Um, but
Wow, it says primary runes for him is like a lethal tempo.
yeah, I don't
It's
don't
serious.
I don't rely on this stuff super heavily. Um,
Okay.
I would guess that they're probably going like Bork, and then they're like leaning into the attack speed because Darius is pretty tanky. So I think they're probably leaning into that. I'm just curious if they were going to say that with level one matchup, but it doesn't look like they really have. It doesn't look like they have a clear answer. It looks like they most want to talk about it overall. His W tree damage is easy
Okay.
to dodge without tree damage. If you want a decent 1v1, decent matchup. Listen. So if you stand here and let him attack you and he gets to stack it, basically the way that level one boils down for most champions is whichever person runs first loses.
Gotcha.
Because the
Okay.
person that chooses to run away is going to end up losing auto attacks. Like they're going to basically be inputting movement commands when the enemy is inputting attack commands. So you're going to miss like a basic attack or two, and that's going to be like an extra 100 damage, and then you're going to lose. That's
Gotcha.
basically like, without being too reductionistic, assuming that the champions are close, whichever champion runs first loses. Um, you have a couple of really distinct advantages here. The first is you have Flash and Ignite, and he doesn't have either of those things. So if you have Flash Ignite and
Okay.
he has Ghost Teleport, he moves faster than you do. But if you just stand on top of his head and hit him, he just loses, right? Because he doesn't have the extra 100 true damage or an extra 70 true damage that Ignite's going to do. And you can also flash to create space if you really need to. Um,
Okay.
Chances are, if you stand here and fight him, he's going to ghost, run towards you, and then when he sees you're not running, he's going to just run away. So then
Gotcha.
you're gonna go basic Q, or basic E, basic, and then he's gonna run towards you, and then he's gonna go fuck, and then he's gonna just start running away, and then you flash, you ignite, and then you basic, and then at that point he probably dies. But
Gotcha. Okay.
it doesn't really matter. Basically, we'll keep
I
this really.
also didn't want to use both my summoners because I saw that he had TP. So he could just TP back, in 2 seconds.
That's not unfair. It's not a perfect answer.
Okay.
It's a little more complicated than that. Um, if your wave is going to bounce off his turret, then you should trade your sums to kill him
Okay.
because he's going to teleport back, and then he's not going to be able to take anything away from you with it. And you're going to go back and then walk back to lane, and then his wave's going to be slow pushing into you, and you're going to have an advantage from the kill and the XP and the gold. He's not going to have that advantage that you have, and then you're going to be able to just beat the shit off him or freeze him out.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's a realistic answer, but basically, it's like this: whichever champion is stronger at level one decides what
Uh huh.
happens to the wave.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, like, imagine that this is a Kale or a Nasus, for example. If this is a Nasus, this is a wonderful example. If this is a Nasus, you undeniably shit on Nasus at level 1. So, if we go back to where this lane started, if this is a Nasus, you literally walk up to here and you stand in front of him and you just don't let him do anything. That's how you play this versus a Nasus.
Okay.
Whereas if you're Nasus, you stand over here and you do nothing and you wait. And then this guy gets to decide what he wants to do to the wave. So in this situation, it's kind of neutral, right? Like you're both a little bit strong, you both have your strengths, and you're both in this like trade heavy state. The advantage to you killing that minion is two things. First, this means that your wave is going to automatically slow push. So your wave is going to automatically move this way and build up. So you're going to have more minions than he's going to have, and the wave is going to go this way. So this is the advantage to you hitting that minion.
Yeah.
So a full wave at level 1 hitting you is the same as a champion basic attacking you. So
Oh,
if you like walk up and hit him in the wave, like if you walk up and hit him once, and the wave hits you once, and he doesn't hit you, so your wave doesn't hit him, then it's an even trade. But they're gonna hit you like 2 or 3 times because they're gonna chase you and smack you all the way back into this bush. So it's probably a losing trade if you walk up and just hit him and then walk away or whatever. Um, so that's a general rule of thumb. Is like if you kind of start trimming these minions, like let's say that you kill these 2 melee minions. If you kill these 2 melee minions and then he walks up into here, you just fight him, and your bigger minion advantage just makes you win the fight automatically because these guys are stronger than these guys.
gotcha.
Especially
I never even thought about the minions.
very early game, minion damage actually means a ton. Very, very early in the game,
Okay.
who has more minions just wins trades. And so this is where this game gets broken down into offense defense. If you were watching Nice, he talks about this like a ton. Is he considers it in terms of offense defense. So when you have more minions, you're on offense. When you have less minions, you're on defense. By attacking the wave and pushing it like this, you're putting yourself on offense and him on defense. That's basically what's happening. Does that make
Gotcha.
sense?
Yeah, yeah.
And then you're going to choose your rules that you like of how you handle lane based on whether you're on offense or whether you're on defense. So
Gotcha.
when you push like this, he says, "Okay, I'm on defense. What do I do?" And in general, like as a gross oversimplification, whenever the wave is in a neutral state and one wave has less or more, right? This wave is obviously going to go over to here. Eventually, if you guys both just pissed off, this wave would eventually end up coming over to here, hitting this tower, and then slowly pushing back this way until it comes over to here, hitting this tower, and then slowly pushing this way, and then come over to here. So it's going to ping pong back and forth.
Gotcha.
So but no matter what you do from this lane state, if he doesn't touch the wave, you can't make it come over here. Like, if he doesn't touch the wave and you just stop hitting it, like, there's nothing you can do to make the wave come back towards your side besides walking all the way over to here and hitting it off the tower. But you can't, like, now that you've hit this minion, it's going to go away from you. So, if you're weaker, and this is the trap, let's say that you're the Nasus and he backs up and then you start hitting the wave, you've lost. Because then the wave is going to go away from you and then he can just walk up and just say, hey, get the fuck out of here, and push you all the way back here, and then the wave is going to naturally come over to here, and then he's going to stand here, and you're going to stand here, and you're not going to get any XP, not going to get any gold, and then he can just freeze you out as long as he wants to. So, the trap is if you're the weaker of the two people, you don't push, because if you push, he's going to beat you. He's going to zone you, he's going to wait for a gank, and he's going to kill you. Does that make sense?
Gotcha. Yeah.
So let me go to the coaching document real quick. Where to go? Okay. Let me grab these, move them down here somewhere a little different. Item set / rune set adaptations. For whichever champ is stronger chooses the wave state. 5. If you're the weaker level 1, don't push. Let the wave come to you. 6. If you're the stronger, you choose. Slow push, bounce, reset, freeze. Ideal. Basically, if you're the stronger, you're going to follow a set of patterns that's going to win you the game. If you're the
Gotcha.
stronger of the two, you need to slow push the wave, which is where you hit the wave so that your wave pushes into him, but you don't hit it so fast that it just goes straight into the tower. You're going to hit a slow push is where you're going to trim this wave slowly, and then this wave is going to catch up, and then you're going to have 11 minions or whatever. And then the next wave comes up, and then you have like 16 minions, and then you take that wave and you bounce it off tower. You reset,
Gotcha.
so that's called a bounce. Anytime the wave all gets inside of this range, so this represents so this these shapes in the ground aren't actually like they're intentional. Inside of this range is what the tower's range is. So
Oh, really?
if all your minions are inside of this arc, the tower will kill them. So a bounce is when you get the entire wave inside of this arc, and then the tower kills them. And then what's going to happen is anytime your wave bounces, the wave is automatically going to slow push back towards you. So what's the advantage, right?
I had no idea
If this dude is slow pushing
about
into
that.
you, if this dude is slow pushing into you and he's weaker, what does that mean? We just talked about this. If you're the weaker guy and you push the wave, what happens?
You die.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So if you slow push, kill this guy, get the wave to bounce, and you reset, you come back and his wave is pushing away from him, he can't stop his wave from going over to here. So what's going to happen is the wave's going to come over to here. You're way stronger than he is. He's way weaker than you are. You come here, you stand here, his wave's here. He can't get any XP. He can't get any gold. He can't do anything. He gets pissed off. He tries to dive you. He tries to come in and fight the wave. You kill him, and then he just loses. You can basically
Gotcha.
win the game at like 5 minutes. If you build a slow push, kill him, bounce it, pull it, freeze it, kill him. He's just the game's just over. He's probably just 90% of the time he's gonna rage quit.
Okay, thank you.
So
Yeah, that definitely
that's
helps with that.
that's the game plan. Like that's your if you have complete control and you're strong, that's your game plan. Is you want to do that exact series of things. Like in
Gotcha.
everything from there is like if you're on the weak side, then you're basically if you're the weaker of the two, what you're basically saying is I'm gonna try to hang on as much as I can. Like so, if you're the Darius, okay, let's yeah, here's how we can approach this. Let's say that you're the weaker of the two, and this dude starts slow pushing into you. What can you do, right? Well, you can try to stop him from slow pushing into you, but not clear it so much that it pushes the other way. You can try to like make him fast push. How do you make him fast push? You can make him fast push by if you let him attack you once, your wave will hit him, which will mean that your wave will not hit his wave, which will mean that his wave will hit your wave, but your wave won't hit his wave, which will mean that your wave will die and his wave will not.
Gotcha.
So then the wave will just uncontrollably push into you. So if there's a way that you can like let him hit you but not fuck your world up, then you can let him hit you one time and then run away, and your wave will that will be the same as him hitting your wave a bunch. Basically, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're gonna need reps on this. Like I understand that this we're getting kind of in the weeds on this. Like
No,
wave
no, no.
management,
I completely understand. No,
perfect.
that perfectly I understand.
Okay,
Is
absolutely. Because wave management is most of how you win games.
huge.
It's
That's why
most of how you win
Chovy
games. It's exactly
slaps.
why Chovy is so good. It's why Buipo is so good. It's the exact same reason. Like wave control, like if you watch me play the game, I'm not even really I'm doing very little to the enemy champion. I'm doing a lot to the wave. Like your focus is basically on the wave. So if you're the person that's losing the trade, then
Yeah.
if you want to pull the wave, let him touch you once and then walk away, and the wave will push into you. Or let it like basically your responsibility when you're on defense is don't get fucked up. Like don't lose your health. Because if you lose your health or you die, then he's gonna bounce the wave and he's gonna pull it and he's gonna freeze and you're gonna lose. That's basically what's gonna happen. So if you're on defense, your goal is to lose as little as possible. Keep XP if you can get gold, but most of all keep your health high and don't lose XP. Let the wave bounce. Because again, once he's pushing, he can't stop the wave from bouncing. There's nothing he can do about it. Once it's pushing, the wave is going to come over here eventually. If you can accelerate that pattern, then you can lose as little XP as possible. Let the
Gotcha.
wave
Okay.
bounce, and then we just said once it bounces, it's going to slow push, right? So now you've
Yeah.
got a slow push. You go to slow push up to here, you have two waves, he has one. Now you have a minion advantage. And now with that slow push, if he fights you, it's like there's two champions basic attacking him every time they basic attack him. So now you win the fight if he fights you inside the wave. If he refuses to fight you inside the wave, what do, right? Push the wave, bounce it, take a reset, come back, trade him. Because now you have a reset and an item advantage that he doesn't have.
Gotcha.
So that's basically your pattern. So it's not just as simple as like should I hit the minion or not. Like it's a little more
Yeah,
complicated than that.
it's how I want to play the rest of the game.
That's exactly it. It's how you want to play the first set of minutes because then like we can get really in the weeds, right? So we can say, okay, I know that their bot lane didn't show up until late because it's 148 or whatever, and their Darius did show up early, which means their Kindred started his red, which means Kindred loves to be aggressive early. There's a fair shake that he's going to come up here and try to gank you around like I don't know. He's either going to be here at 315 or based off of like a ward over here perhaps. We could determine that he's going to be here earlier, but if we like end up in the situation where we're stalled out right here at 315, there's a very good chance that we're going to be getting Kindred ganked at 315. So if we're here, this is bad. So if we start hitting this, but we can't actually force it under, we could be putting ourselves at extreme risk for that. Little situations like
Gotcha.
that. Like we're not going to nitpick it too hard, but basically, our goal is to take his health away as much as possible while building a slow push. So,
Yeah.
we start hitting the wave. Do a quick little tap tap here, clear the minions. So this is a little weird, right? Because we've just indicated to him that we want to push the wave, but then we just say, you can have these minions, I don't really mind. And this is where you said, like, you thought if he has his W, maybe he can beat you. Maybe he can ghost and kind of run you down. I'm not going to contest that because, full disclosure, like, I'm not positive which way that goes. I'm pretty sure the more confident person just wins. Like, whoever runs first loses here. And you have 5
Okay.
minions to his 3. So your minions are going to hurt him more than his minions are going to hurt you. I would argue that you win that and you should posture and push him off of that. But I don't think it's a huge deal. If he kills these 2 minions, the wave is basically neutral and you can keep extending the play.
Yeah.
Okay, you maintain the push by clearing the ranged. Tap tap. Okay, now you have 4, he has 1. So we're building a slow push. Here, this is beautiful. He hits the minion, you hit him. It's a good trade.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that convinces me that you beat him at level 1 if you take it. Um, But basically, that's what you really want. That was perfect. He hit the minion. You knew he was going to hit the minion and try to last hit, and instead you traded onto him, and he took some extra damage. Then he runs away. He obviously lost the trade, and Sett, because he has higher base health regen than Darius, is going to have his health back in no time. The Darius is not going to get his health back. And now,
Yeah,
okay,
because I just saw like 5 minions just shoot him.
exactly. So he lost a bunch of extra health off the minion trade that you didn't lose because your wave was larger. That's correct. So we didn't talk about this yet. This is super important. What minion did you hit level 2 on? Do you know? It's okay. Like I'm not mad at you if you don't, but do you know?
I I think it's one. Is it one melee and then one ranged more,
Just one
or
melee.
is it
Just one melee.
just one melee?
The
Okay.
the seventh minion. So you clear the first wave, and now this minion right here is level 2 for you. So
Okay.
what minion does that mean is level 2 for him, right?
That
Doot
means
doot doot.
it's two ranged and then a melee.
So you have You have 6 minions plus the 3 casters
Yeah.
from the original wave. So it's the original 3 melees plus the original 3 casters plus 1 new melee.
Oh, he's a fuck ton.
So he has to kill these 4 minions before he gets level 2. So if I'm you, I'm walking up here and I'm going to
Uh-huh.
force him off because I'm going to hit this minion. I'm going to hit level 2. I'm going to E, basic, basic, or basic, basic, E, Q, basic, basic, E, basic, basic, Q, basic, basic, and he's going to die.
Gotcha.
Like, if I'm you right here, I honest to God all in him here and kill him. Like, there's no doubt in my
Okay.
mind that I all in him and kill him. He has no flash. You have flash and ignite. He has 66% health. If you kill this minion, you can take your Q, you can EQ, like you can E basic, basic, Q basic, basic, whatever, and he just dies by default, guaranteed.
Gotcha.
So right now you could present lethal. He looks like he might recognize it here because he backs off, seeing that his minions there. You at level 2. See, this is the unfortunate thing is you don't know this because you hit level 2 and you're actually walking away from him here, and
Gotcha.
so you're not in position to use this level to your advantage. If you're here, you just pull him and kill him right now. Like we're unnecessary, like we're acting kind of like we're scared of him for no reason here. Um,
Okay.
so that's basically like I think that this is a misplay.
Okay.
Okay, and he started his Q, which is something we weren't scared of, which begs the question why he didn't Q you earlier.
Yeah.
But whatever. So we're pushing the wave in. So we're over pushing the wave a little bit. You pretty much never want to bounce the second wave. In general, you always want to bounce this wave because the cannon wave. So, all right, time for our quiz. Do you know how many tower shots a melee and a ranged minion can take?
Ranged 1, melee 2, and then cannon 4.
It's the right idea.
I think.
Cannon's more. Cannon's
4.
like 7, but um,
Oh, okay.
that's the right idea though. So a melee minion. So whenever you're farming under tower, a melee minion, at least early, is 2 turret shots and a basic, and a ranged minion is 2 basics and a turret shot. So you want to bounce the cannon wave because when the cannon wave bounces, you get forever and a day to come back to lane before the wave actually leaves his tower, and before you lose any minions to your tower. So
Okay.
you really this is called a cheater recall, and that's where you take this wave and you add it to this wave, and then you bounce that off his turret, and then you take a reset, and he can't leave because the minions are dying to his turret. And so then by the time that he's able to actually leave, you're back in lane. And so then you can just completely do whatever you want to the wave after that.
Gotcha. Okay.
So this is an overpush. We shouldn't be pushing so hard right now. Because now your second wave is actually going to basically bounce here. He trades into you like a goofball. So he loses a bunch of health that he shouldn't have right here. So he basically just gave okay, he essentially established himself a freeze at the cost of a bunch of health and gave you a slow push that he didn't have to. So if he just leaves, if he okay,
Those 2 minions.
for one, if he never Qs that, and for two, if he just backs all the way up, the wave just bounces on the second wave and you probably just get screwed over. Um, so he griefed this pretty badly. But right
Okay.
now, you should not be hitting the wave. You should be waiting for this wave to come in to stack up with this wave. Unless you have like a really good reason not to. But
Okay.
that's basically your general rule is going to be to bounce the third wave. Okay, he Qs you. You take a trade, which is good. And we back up. And now we're going to bounce
Oh,
the
and
third
I get
wave.
that minion. Nice. Didn't even notice.
Yeah, what are we at for CS? 12 CS. So we've actually farmed the first 2 waves perfectly, which is good. And he's got 11 CS, so he's doing pretty well too, actually. We're basically trading pretty evenly here. And this is Sett's health regen. You're only down like 130 health. So your champion just regens a shit ton of health. Like just a second ago, you were almost comparable with him, and you've basically caught up completely.
Gotcha.
Okay, we trade with him in a gigantic minion wave, which is perfect. Flash for it. Oh, we don't even need to. We've got the W. Beautiful. Yeah, now we bounce the wave, and then we take a reset. He's up right now, so he's going to telly in. He doesn't have Ghost, and we know that.
Even notice that he used it. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't ping it or anything.
If you're a greedy son of a bitch, you could probably like stand here and trade him. I think this is the smart move, though. He could freeze this if he's not trash, but he's trash, so he doesn't freeze it. If he's good,
I was actually watching to see if he would freeze it, and he
it
didn't.
yeah,
I remember exactly this is I went to I was watching because I would have just Q'd E'd Q'd E'd W'd and made it go into his turret.
perfect. Okay, perfect. So that means that you know the right thing there, because that wave does need to bounce. So that's good, as long as you have that internalized. And again,
And
because
I
it
saw he
bounced,
just kept autoing. I was like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
yep. And
He didn't.
because he fast pushes, he doesn't punish you at all, and then this wave just slow pushes straight into you. So this is a
Gotcha.
huge advantage for you, because he comes back to lane. He shouldn't have anything. He has boots, big fucking whoop. You come back with boots and a cloth, which means you're significantly stronger than he is now. Like this early in the game, a 300 gold lead is actually very significant. So this is a significant lead. So now you come back to lane. He is less than full health. He has neither of his sums. You still have your flash. So now you want to get back to here and you want to freeze him out and then kill him. That's your goal. If you're looking at this lane state, you're thinking a wave slow pushing enemy. I want to come to here, freeze him, and then kill him.
By the way, this doesn't show, but I wanted to make that play, and if I didn't, even if he was 1 HP, I was gonna recall because Kindred Mark was on top grab.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
Because I did not want to deal with her.
Yeah, deal with her getting here. And so that's where if you slow push this and he freezes this, and she's pathing into you, then you're screwed, right? Because you have to get this wave
Yeah.
inside of this so that it bounces before she gets here. Otherwise, she comes here and kills you. He maintains the freeze and you lose. So,
Gotcha.
killing him and bouncing the wave is very good because then the wave is going to slow push into you and you can play safely. Like right now, in my opinion, you're a little too far up because we just talked about
Okay.
this. Kendra's in the neighborhood. We felt like she was going to be at Scuttle, and the wave is big, so the wave can fight you. So you're going to lose more health than the wave. You're even levels. Like you're not that much stronger than him, but you are stronger than him. So we're kind of starting to push the wave. Okay, we farm it. This is greedy. This is okay. We're taking a trade. Not bad. Not bad. We have flash.
Saw he, I saw he didn't have.
Oh, nice flash W. Beautiful. We died to the kindred here for sure. Yeah. There's no way we live this. No shot. Wow. What a degenerate.
Um, dude, I was waiting for the reason why I went up there was because my E was on cooldown.
That's perfect. I mean, that makes total sense. Yeah, I mean, you should never live that. She should cut you out. She moved into your E range. She didn't Q out of your E range. She didn't, like, yeah, I mean, you should never win that. Okay, well, looks like we might freeze this, which is good. Okay, good. We Q to get the cannon. That's good. We swallow the Q. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, this is bad. So, the general idea here is good. We're doing the right idea. We want to freeze the wave. The problem
Okay.
is you're on defense right now. Look at his wave, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a full wave, and this is basically another full wave. You have way
The
less than he has. So your responsibility.
but I know he can't kill me.
Yeah.
There's no what way can he kill me? He doesn't have 6 for his
This
execute,
is this is two
and he
champions.
doesn't.
This is two champions, and neither of you have sums.
Yeah, he doesn't have sums. There's no way for him to kill me. I think, anyways. I think that there's in no world that he kills me. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have ghost. He doesn't have ignite. I just feel like I can take these trades and get these minions without. I think I take 3 trades right here.
Okay, but what about this instead? What if you just walk over to here and stand here, and then when the wave gets here, you just farm the wave perfectly, and then build a slow push?
Okay.
What is the because you there's no way you present lethal on him, right? Like you don't have ignite, you don't have flash. You actually are at like half health, so you don't have enough health to build up a significant enough W to kill him. And he has an extra back that you haven't had. So he's actually even with you in itemization, right? Or no, did you get it back off? No, after you killed him, the
Yeah.
kindred killed. No, well,
Yeah. I have a what's it called? I have a sword. How'd I get a sword? Do I have a sword here?
the kindred doesn't kill you here though. You have a sword here.
Oh yeah, I do.
So you have 3 kills, but you don't have this kill's worth of gold or the extra gold that you've gotten since you got back to lane.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I killed Darius too in that same
So
play.
so you have a bunch of gold in your pocket. You have 900 gold in your pocket. So you have a couple of options. In my opinion, you have a couple of options. So your best option here is to like blow up the vast majority of this wave and then reset. Like if you have like your W right now, yeah, what you do. I would probably like basic W the brunt of the wave, go into here and reset. And then it will freeze in front of your tower, and then you can walk back to turret before he can do much. And then you'll have this 900 gold worth of items, and then you can fist him. You have full health, a set of
Okay.
items, and you can kill him. That's probably your best move. But I think that's a little highfalutin because I don't think that you would have tracked his death timer to know that he was going to be back in lane when he is, and then known that the turret
Yeah.
was going to be
No.
able to like. There's a lot of stuff going on there. I can like we'll get you there. Like I could
Uh
have,
huh.
we could have gone through that, but like that's the best play that you have here is like basically basic W. Walk over to here, reset, come back to lane. You'll lose like 2 minions maybe, but
Gotcha.
then you'll come back and you'll have full health and you'll have like 3 extra long swords or 2 long swords and a full boots or something cheeky like that.
Okay.
So you'll be way stronger, and then you can just pressure him until he quits the game. Because the Kindred just full cleared up. We know the Kindred full cleared up, so she's not going to be up here again for the foreseeable future. If she does, she loses Dragon. So if we reset here and come back to lane strong, we just get the top lane. It's just top lane kingdom. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Um. Okay. So the second best play you have is you let the wave bounce and you slow push back into him while letting your health regen do its thing. Because you have an obscene amount of health regen, and if you go stand over here for a little while and just don't take a bunch of damage, you're going to be full health again, and you're significantly stronger than he is. You have an extra longsword, you have Doran's Blade instead of Doran's Shield, and at this point you have 3 kills, which means that you have a bunch of stacks on your Legend Alacrity as well. So you're going to have just more stats than he will. So
Yeah.
second best play I think is to like let this wave bounce and then slow push into him. Um, from my perspective, like, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because you play the Sett and you're very familiar with like your limits. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt in saying that you believe that he cannot present lethal to you. My feeling about this is that this is extremely, extremely risky because if you die
Okay.
here, imagine the world in which you die here.
Okay.
Okay, so right here, let's say that you just walk up and fight him and you trade, and he gets to 5 health and doesn't die, and you die. What happens, right? You're
He
down.
gets.
You're down for.
Oh, he gets. How much is my shutdown worth? So he gets 300 plus another. He gets 600 gold plus two. I would have to say because of his W, he gets 2 perturb plates here.
Exactly. He gets 600 gold from the kill and the bounty. He clears this wave. He gets this wave. You don't get 2 full waves. He gets 2 plates. He gets level 5 and some change. And you're down for the next 35 seconds. So then this wave gets up here, and then the wave slow pushes back towards him.
Gotcha. So it's worse to just. It's just better to
It,
just reset.
this is just it's better to reset or to play this extremely carefully because
Gotcha.
if he kills you here, you probably lose the
Yeah.
lane. If he doesn't kill you, cool.
Oh,
But if
okay.
he kills you here, you probably lose the lane,
He
unironically.
he can win, dude. That's crazy. How I just do all that effort to kill him twice and the gank, and all he has to do is kill me once, get 2 turrets and a wave,
Yeah, I mean, if he kills you,
and
so
he
here's the
wins.
gold split: 24-47, 14-16, right?
Yeah.
So if he kills you here, I would argue that he closes this 1,000 gold gap immediately.
Okay.
And then you're like he closes that gap. Not only that, but he also closes the XP gap because right now you have an advantage on him. You're almost to 6. If you back up right here and you clear like these 5 or 6 minions, you hit 6, and then you can just walk on the other side of him and then ultimate your tower and then kill him again. If you trade him right here and he kills you, you probably lose the lane.
Gotcha.
This wave is whooping our ass.
I do that a lot. It's that.
I respect it. No, it's good. That will tilt people off the planet and they'll fuck up. I just that just makes me sweaty. Here's the other cool
Yeah.
thing. You know that he's got a while before he hits 6. So if he gets testy with you, you walk up and just put him in turret range. But look at your fucking health regen. Your health regen is insane. You were just significantly lower than this. You're literally gaining like 10 health a second. How gross is that?
I'm telling you, I take like 3 trades here.
Well, now it's fine because now there's not a gigantic wave fighting you, right? So
Yeah.
before it was like there was 3 champions basic attacking you during that fight because it was you and the
Okay.
two entire waves. Now the waves are even. Like you're low health, but you're 6. He doesn't have 6. You know he's got a long time until 6. Like this is fine. This is a different situation because now you have the wave at your back. Now it's slow pushing. Realistically, now you're basically asking yourself, can I bounce the wave before I need to reset? Um,
Okay.
and can I regen enough health that I can bounce the wave? Because you need to bounce the wave now so that you can get a reset without him freezing on you. Because if he's not trash, he just keeps harassing you a little bit, and then he comes over to here and he freezes while you reset. If he's like particularly good, that's what he would do. He's landing. He's doing all the right things. Like if he turns around and eats you here, you'd honestly like. I don't. I'm really certain that you die here if he pulls you. Like even if he trades 1 for 1, it's a huge advantage for him. Because if he trades 1 for 1 for you right now, the wave freezes in his favor. It pulls your way. It pulls his way. He gets your shutdowns and stuff, and then you lose this wave, and then the bait wave comes over here, and then like
I think I killed him right here.
you might. It's just like the problem. This is the problem. Is like how bad he is gonna give you bad habits. Like
Okay.
he
All
like
right. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
like this is it's just if you die right now, like you just lose so much. You lose less right here
Okay.
because there's not 2 waves about to bounce off your turret and he's not gonna collect plates. Like if you trade 1 for 1 here or something, this is fine. Like it's hugely to his favor if he 1 for 1s with you, right? Because he gets a shutdown and all that jazz.
Gotcha.
But like yeah, I mean if you feel comfortable with your limits and you feel like this like I will tell you that this is never gonna happen in platinum. Like if you're in platinum, he,
Okay.
he kills you here every time. Like you never live this. Like you should basically be getting your health back and getting it to as close as you can to full and then bouncing your wave and taking a reset. Because you're
Okay.
sitting on a shit ton of gold. Like right now, you've both got basically the same amount of gold spent. So because like you have 1,300 in your pocket, you have 2,800 total, which means that you've spent 1,500 gold, and he has 1,500 gold total, and he has spent 500, or you know what I'm saying. So that means
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
he
He's spent 1,000.
you've spent in the same neighborhood of gold. You're a longsword up. So like right now, you have a way bigger lead than is actually in your inventory. Like you have a
Okay.
4 longsword lead, but you don't have a 4 longsword lead. Like you have it, but you
Gotcha.
don't have it. But if you
Oh yeah.
back,
Yeah.
then you have it. So like if I'm you personally, I'm trying to get my health back, and I'm just gonna try to bounce wave and get a reset off. Because then,
Okay.
if we both go back and we both get our items and stuff, you have like 1,000 gold. You have a 1,300 gold lead right now. So if you can bounce this wave and reset, you're gonna come back to lane, and he can never fight you. That's kind of my perspective on it. Okay, we recall. There's a potential he looks for a freeze here. Looks like we're trying to bait him. Are we gonna E? Man, he is acting like he's gonna fall for it too. If we E him and then pull, oh my god, please don't do it, Darius. Don't do it. Okay, no, now he knows we're cheesing because otherwise we would have just backed. So yeah, and God, look at that fucking health regen. That's so nasty. Kindred drops her mark. This is beautiful because this says like not only if we didn't know
She's
already,
nowhere. Yeah. She's.
if we didn't already know, now we really know that she's not anywhere near us. Now we have this.
I.
Yeah,
One of the biggest reasons why I was scared right there
uh,
was because
the
I
mark
was
was
like,
still on you.
where? Yeah. Because what if she's in that bush? You know,
Absolutely,
like right there.
absolutely. But you also know you can't back because the wave's still pushing and he could freeze it.
Oh yeah, I killed him.
Yeah, and he's 100% dead here. That's so gross. Bounce our wave, take a reset.
I don't
Okay.
even think I do that. I think I take 2 plates.
Yeah. Okay. So this is
Yeah,
fine.
look at my Q damage, by the way, to
There's a
turret.
there's a reason for this. Um, some players don't know this. I'm gonna check you on this.
Okay.
Pre 5 minutes, towers they have a thing called like fortification that makes it so they take way less damage.
Yeah.
If this happens pre 5 minutes, do not take a plate.
Okay.
Like if you get this bounce before
I
five
think
minutes,
that's. I killed him at the very
I
start,
think
and I
you
didn't
did, and
take it.
I think you didn't take a plate, which is good. But I want you to know this is a hard rule. If it's before 5 minutes and you kill him and you bounce the wave, don't fucking take a plate. It's
I
extremely,
also
extremely bad to take a plate.
know. So from playing support, I also know, uh, ranged, uh, do less damage to turrets. Also, if 2 people or if more than one person that is attacking a turret, then uh, then the turret takes less damage.
That's
And
good. That's
also
correct.
the last two plates uh before the armor drops, it takes like almost like 100% less damage.
Okay,
Some crazy crap.
you were almost there. You have like 90% of that correct. The thing you have wrong is that the last 2 plates are not tankier than the other plates. Each plate is the same tankiness, but every time you kill a plate for like 15 to 30 seconds, the next plate is tankier. So what you're thinking of is if you go up to turret and you start fighting the turret and you take 1 plate and then like the second plate's a little harder. You take the second plate, it's a little harder. And the third plate is like way harder. And then you take the third plate, and then these two plates take a fucking eternity.
Yeah, they
It,
take 0
and this is
seconds.
usually like if you get the guy like you get a jungler that comes on your rift trail and just throws it, and you guys come up here and fight this tower, all four of you will stand here and hit this tower for forever and not even finish it. It's not
Yeah,
because the bottom two plates are tankier. It's because each time that you take a turret plate, the turret is consecutively tankier for a period of time, and it resets each time a plate's taken. So if you take this, and then it gets down to like 75% of the buff is gone, if you finish the plate, the buff goes back to full and extends to 2. And then if
okay.
you take the third one, it re-extends and goes to 3. So the last two plates are super tanky. So spacing your plates out, it's designed to make it so that you space your plates out by default. It's not that the last like each plate is the same tankiness. Between plates, it will resume regular tankiness given enough time. But
Gotcha, okay.
pre 5 minutes, turrets are super tanky. Like it's insanely tanky pre 5 minutes. So do not like the hard rule I set for people is legitimately don't take plates pre 5. Like don't even try. Literally,
Gotcha.
a back is always better pre 5 minutes. This is fine if you want to take a plate, but the reason is this: you should have some reasoning for it. The first reasoning is Kindred took her mark off you, and she was shown mid, and she just got her ass kicked by us last time this year, and she just showed, and she's level 4. She's never going to beat you level 4, level 7, so you're going to kill her if she comes. And here's the other reason: he does not have teleport. You have a large wave, and more importantly, you have his death timer. He has 5 seconds until he respawns, and then you add 20 seconds onto that, and that's when you can expect him back in lane.
Gotcha.
So, you have 25 seconds to do whatever you want. Now, I would take 8 seconds off of that, maybe 5 seconds off of that for your reset. Because if you walk back here to this bush, you want to be back here in this bush and reset, or at the end of your reset before he can come back here and threaten you in this bush. So, if that's
Gotcha.
25 seconds away, that means that in 20 seconds you should be in this bush backing. So 20 seconds from now is 7:10, right? So you should be back over here by like 7:10 taking your reset to make sure that he can't stop your back. Because if he gets here, conceivably, he could stop your back and win the fight. Because now he's had it back and now he has more gold on the table than you do. Because now he's spent 1,600 gold and you've only spent 1,400 gold. So
Gotcha.
he'll have a slight advantage. It's not quite that simple because like realistically you're beating him pretty fucking hard at this point. But the idea is the same. Realistically you should be in this bush backing by 7:10. That's kind of what I'll
Gotcha.
say.
Okay.
Plates are fine here because of those things. If he has teleport, you don't take plates. If Kindred is here and she's strong, you don't take plates. If
Okay.
you don't know his death timer and you haven't tracked it, you don't take plates. And if you're a champion that doesn't have a Sheen proc, you don't take plates. But you have Sheen proc, so yeah, that's huge. Plates here is actually very good. Don't hit the wave though. Please don't hit the wave. Please don't hit the wave. Please don't hit the wave. Okay, just walk back and reset. Oh, okay, this is good. So, if you hit this wave, it's very bad. Because if you hit the wave, then the wave isn't going to do the normal thing. Like, you want the wave to bounce and slow push into you. If you hit the
Gotcha.
wave, it won't do that. It will, like, get in this indeterminate state where you have to do a lot more math to figure out what it's going to do. But you didn't hit it, so it's going to slow push into you, so that's perfect. Get our reset off. The wave is slow pushing into us. And we're good. So this was good. This was a very good play, in my opinion. So at this point, you've pretty much pub stomped this game. So now we have a couple of options, right? Dragons. So here's one thing that's important. The map is 6-6, but you're 4-0. What does that mean? That means that the map is 2-6. So that means that the map is going in a bad direction, and your bot lane's getting their shit kicked in. So at some point in the game, we're probably going to have to correct this. More importantly, Tristan has a 300 gold bounty. So if we go bot at some point and collect that, we're going to get even more strong. And that's where being
Gotcha.
selfish comes into play. It's really important that you look for the ways to put yourself as far ahead as possible and how to make that as useful as you can make it, right? So
Okay.
like don't go now because the wave is slow pushing into you and you could let him back into the game if he clears the wave, grabs 2 plates, whatever. But the idea is like we're just trying to keep aware of the fact that stuff is not going well elsewhere. Also, dragons on the table. We don't have teleport. So that means that there's a fair shake that in the near future, there's a team fight around dragon. And taking your top lane out of the equation, Darius versus Sett, take you out of the equation, this is going to be a 4v4, and your team is going to lose. Does that make sense?
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Because they have the Tristana.
if we could, yeah, because it's 2v6 or 2 for 6. Like right now, your team has 2 and they have 6, or yeah, your team has 2 and they have 6. So on the bottom
Okay.
half of the map, on the bottom 4 players for each one, they have 6 kills and you have 2, and like even more so, it's on their ADC. So realistically, at this point, if we just go top forever, there's a fair shake that this game just snowballs out of control completely. Because at
Okay.
some point we're gonna have to probably fix this. Now you could go top here. Like I would never go bot. I'm not saying to go bot. Like it's good to go back to top because the wave is slow pushing, and it's not an acceptable state for you to leave the lane in. But
Okay.
like at this point, when you're on this reset, walking back to lane, this is a great 20 seconds for you to take an evaluation of the map while you don't have to do anything. Like look at the map and just say, okay, shit does not look as good as it could. Maybe at some point soon I'm gonna have to do something. How can I have an impact on that? He also has teleport and you don't, which means that he has the possibility of getting ahead of you on plays. So you have to be even more proactive. Now,
Okay.
realistically, you're winning, so if he teleports out, you just push, grab tower, grab 2 towers, grab rift, go somewhere else, whatever. You've got options. But if he goes
I
down to
could do
here,
that.
if he goes down to
Pretty sure
here,
he goes mid,
yeah,
and I
that's
just take full tower.
yeah, and that's like up in the air for what he should do realistically. He has a couple of
Okay.
options. His best option is to just wait until you get bored and leave. Like he should just not ever
Okay.
fight you. He should literally just avoid all interaction with you. And what will happen with most players is the player that's winning will just be like, ah, fuck you then. I'm just out. And we'll just go over here and do something else. And then when you do that, he gets back into the game. He warns them heavily that you're leaving. So then you don't get any value elsewhere, and then he slowly catches back up and then maybe beats you. His other option is he can try to push a wave and then pray. Go to this 5v4 since his team is stronger and try to play through his Tristana and give her some value, give her some peel, win this fight. And then the map goes to 10 and 6 and his team is 10 and your team is 2 and then you represent the only strength on your team and then they win. So that's like his game. One of those two should be his game plan. But he has to execute it pretty well because you have a huge lead and you can punish either of those really easily. So we're heading back to lane. I guess I didn't check this. How was your back timer? Do we waste a lot of time? Want to make sure we're not wasting any time on backs because every second counts. Being super efficient is really important. We land. We buy. We walk back and forth for a second. Looks like we're ticking for a longsword. We get our longsword.
Yeah, I
And
was waiting
we
for
are.
like 3 gold.
Yep, makes sense. And we leave. That was good. Wave slow pushing. This is so fucking grief. Please don't roam right now. Okay, good. Because the wave is slow pushing away from him, so if he roams, he just loses this wave for no reason. Okay. Slow pushing in. It's bouncing. We're going to tank the wave. We're either going to fast push or slow push or freeze, which is it. Looks like it's a freeze. Okay, we choose to freeze.
I think I freeze until I see him mid.
Until you see him and then you fast push. That's the correct call. Because you're stronger than he is by a lot right now, right? You're level 8, he's level
Yeah.
6. You have an iron spike, plated boots, 2 longswords. You have an iron spike and 2 longswords ahead of him. So, if you freeze here, he is denied a significant amount. Question is, does he roam? You see him mid, he roams. Now you need to fast push and either match the roam or punish him by taking a bunch here. Probably just push and punish since you have your Q. Yon gets out, which means he roamed, he got no value, he loses. Basically is what that means. I mean, he got value, he got sets, he got Yon's ult, but like realistically,
And flash.
that's very little value in the grand scheme of things. So like in order for him to compensate for what he's gonna lose, he needed to probably get like a kill or
Okay.
more. So you went out of that situation. You switch to a fast push. Come up to here, grab the wave early. Warding against him, that's fine. That's good. It's shallow, but it's good. In the future, you want this ward more like over here.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's small. It's small potatoes. We're not gonna nitpick your warding or anything like that yet. We'll fine tune warding and stuff later. For right now, getting a ward there is good because you know that you want to push. You know that he's somewhere in the neighborhood, and you don't really want a bunch of people surprising you.
Okay.
Okay, we bounce the wave. Okay, bot lane gets shit on. The jungle gets more kills. The map is now. Yeah, map is really going to hell. We got 9. Yeah, the team has 9, right? And your team has 3, so it's the 3-9 split on the map. Okay, he's freezing the wave. We don't really care. So this is the thing. He freezes the wave. Okay, so what? If he freezes the wave,
Oh yeah, I didn't care.
like, yeah, well, that's exactly it. Like, if he freezes the wave, so this is where one of the things that comes into play. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Do. Coaching, coaching, coaching. Yeesh. Master coaching document. Do. Yeah. Level 6 to level 8. 9 waves to 14 waves. He has to deny you 5 waves. Like, he has to get 5 waves that you don't get to catch up to level 8.
Oh, holy fuck.
So, and each wave is every 30 seconds, right? So that means that
Yeah.
he has to freeze for 2.5 minutes to catch up. And over that 2.5 minutes, you have to do nothing.
I think I take
Well,
I saw them all die at dragon, so I just take
yeah,
I think I took in this game I took both of the what's it called?
Riftfield. How much is
Rifts
how
and
much is Riftfield worth?
no idea. Dragons them, I have no idea.
Okay, Riftfield is worth 300 local gold, and when it hits plates, it's worth 2 plates. So it's another 360 gold. So Rift Herald by default is worth about 660 gold. It also gives some local XP. So that's 2 kills, right? 2 kills or 4 plates or 3 plates. What? Yeah, it's 4 plates. 2 kills or
Yeah.
4 plates or whatever. But the point is like freezing very early on is good. Freezing at like level 7, level 8 plus is dog shit. Because once you get to this point, in order for your freeze to be meaningful, you have to
Freeze for a while.
freeze for forever, man. You have to freeze for so long. And the enemy laner has to do nothing. Like, they have to be able to accomplish literally nothing with your freeze. If they accomplish anything while you're freezing, you have lost a huge amount of value and pressure and time. Your team's frustrated because they're rotating and you're not. Like, in general, you shouldn't freeze after like level 7. Like, you basically just shouldn't do it. There are rare situations where it's valuable. Like, the enemy jungler is super fed and they keep bothering you, but they can't dive you. But if you push, they'll bother you. And you need to play safe because your bot lane's winning and you're losing. Like, then you freeze maybe. But in general, like, freezing post level 7 is just bad.
Gotcha.
Does the rationale there make sense?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay.
That's why
So,
I think I was like I was just gonna take Rift, and then just break his. Oh, he didn't even freeze the man.
you were going to take Rift and do what?
And just take top turret.
Okay, that's bad. This is important. That's very bad. The reason why is when you're winning lane, you don't want to take your turret. It's not
Really?
it's not that cut and dry.
Is it?
But when you
Was
take
this
your
so I could
turret,
kill him?
when you take your turret, you lose your ability to control the lane. Because as soon as you take your turret, he can just pull the wave over to here, and you can never get XP again if he doesn't want you to. Because in order for you to get up XP, then you're all the way up here, and the enemy jungler and the enemy mid laner can really easily rotate to you over to here because your lead should not be strong enough yet that you can survive a 3-man roam.
Gotcha. Okay.
So breaking his turret too early actually takes away your ability to punish him. Because if you kill him, you want to be able to bounce your wave off turret and take a reset and hit all your minions to die here. But if you take your turret, you have to like march your minions way further. Like it's way more time for your wave to bounce. And so you can't
Gotcha.
deny him as much. So in general, like you don't really want to just default to taking tower as fast as possible. You do want to get it down to like one plate so that you can take it whenever you want. If you get down to half a plate, that's awesome too, because then you can dive him and kill the turret and then kill him while he's trying to hide under a turret that isn't strong enough to protect him anymore.
Gotcha.
If I took Rift here, I would take Rift and then I'd probably drop a mid. And I'd probably push and grab
Okay.
like the first plate plus the 2 plates of the Rift. Because that's going to give
Okay.
you a 3 plate value out of it. And then your mid laner's winning and your top lane's
I
winning
for
and you've got a lot of
I
value.
forget what I do with the rift.
It's not super relevant. Getting the Rift in the first place is really valuable. Okay, you go to gank mid. Mid's already done, so you go to Rift. We're losing a wave, which is fine. He realizes you go back to the wave. Out of that entire ordeal, you lose basically 4 minions. Oh, yeah.
Not a huge deal, right?
No, it's totally irrelevant. You don't lose basically anything out of the whole situation. Hey Aaron, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. We're just doing a coaching session here. We're getting towards the end of it here. We insta-rift the turret, which is fine. Like, I don't think it's great, but it's not bad. Like, it's the gold.
Don't talk about the E. I whiffed it.
It's a lot better
I
if
was
we...
gonna ERW him, but then I just whiffed.
That's a
So
much
it's
better
like,
play if we finish the dive, kill him, take the turret, and then bounce the rift off the inner. Then that's a better play.
oh, okay.
But like because we don't kill him, that's fine. Realistically, we got the gold. It's okay. I would have personally rifted mid. It doesn't really matter. Like it's not worth nitpicking that hard. It's not a huge value loss. Okay, Kaz spotted out. You're going back to top side. They spot you.
Yeah, they both. I remember this. They both end, and then Yon goes, fucking goes an anime squad on him. Takes a turret shot. Goes back in. Oh, he does get 600 gold.
Yeah.
So is that worth for him?
No.
Okay.
No. In general, trading 1-for-1 is bad for the team that's ahead.
Okay.
Because you have shutdowns and you have prio and you're letting the enemy team back into the game. So
No, was that good for our Yon?
yeah, exactly. No, it was bad.
Okay.
Because when you're ahead, you shouldn't trade 1-for-1. Like
But he
when you're
wasn't ahead. Look at
no,
the
when
thing.
your team is ahead.
Oh, okay.
When your team is ahead, you don't want to trade resources away 1-for-1, right? Because like he went 1-for-1, which is cool, but now he loses this wave. He's down for 18 more seconds, which means he also loses this wave. And then like the
Got
wave
it.
is gonna slow push into him, and then like he is gonna lose the XP and the CS associated with that. Lux gets to freely stand here unchecked. She can roam and get vision. He's not here to contest this mark. If like Kindred is to respawn and walk up to it, he can't be here to contest it because his death timer is significantly longer, etc., etc. Like
Gotcha. Okay.
it's not as simple as it's just bad, but it's
It's bad.
yeah,
That's what it is.
it's not good for him. Like unless Kindred had a huge shutdown or something, maybe let's check.
He gives 600, I think.
Well, all right, there's a 300 gold shutdown. I would argue. I guess what I would say is that I don't think I think he played that fight really fucking badly. Because like realistically,
He was sorry. He did
like
with the ER. He
Kha'Zix's
just
low key
walked
into
forward.
this. Kha'Zix's low key into this, and Yon also into this, because the Kha'Zix gets like walked around in a circle and then gets lambasted, and then the Yon like takes a turret shot unnecessarily, and then he kicks his body into the turret, and then he fights them, whiffs a bunch of stuff, takes a bunch of turret damage, and then has to trade 1 for 1. Realistically, he should be able to double kill this. Like, I'm not like it's there's no point like really even focusing that hard on the micro of the situation, but in essence, like he doesn't land the ult. He eases his body into the turret, and then he doesn't finish with the E snapback. And then he gets hit by the turret again. And then he could have just queued like this and killed her. Like through the wall, like because his bite doesn't have to go for the wind to go ahead. So if he just queues straight into the wall, the wind will just go over here and just kill her. And then, like he should know he's never gonna kill the Lux. So coming back in towards the Lux is really bad once he gets to this situation. If she lets him leave, he should just bail. Like right now, she's leaving. Like she barriers like she's gonna die, even though she has all of her health and he has no health. He should just go away. Like then he goes 1 for 0, which is perfect. Like coming back in here is really greedy. I don't know. This just
Gotcha.
I'm not sure what he's seeing that I'm not seeing, but like his W is about to come up fairly soon. He's eased down for the like foreseeable future. He has no sums. She just used barrier. She still has her shield up. Like from my perspective, unless he's like a god, he should never win this. So
He
he
he just gets a Trinamirar.
he had the advantage and he just kind of lost his mind. Like he could have just taken the Kindred kill, taken the 600 gold and left, and then he can reset, come back here, push the wave in, and do whatever he wants. But he ends up
Gotcha.
swallowing
Okay.
this like really long death timer for no reason. Anyway, so
Gotcha.
top lane,
Gotcha.
what are we doing? We are slow pushing top lane. Taking a reset. Okay. He's freezing. It's not enough for a freeze, so we can just leave. Doesn't matter. If that's enough for a freeze, maybe we care, but it's not enough for a freeze, so we don't. Also, the entire game so far, he's not demonstrated at all that he has any idea how to freeze. He's just been constantly like fast or slow pushing. So we basically can assume that he doesn't know how to freeze and not worry about it. You stay here, you get your resources back, you finish your gold drinker, which is good. We're off to top lane.
Yeah, I saw that there was no objective, there was no dragon, there was no rift.
Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, you lose like 2 or 3 minions, but you get your full reset off and get all your health back. Okay, we're switching into a fast push. And then let me check one more thing. Can we freeze this if we wanted to? We can't freeze this. Even if we wanted to, we can't freeze this because the tower's still going to hit the range, right? Yeah. Okay, we can't freeze it. So we switch to a slow push. Build a slow push. Kill the turret and dive him. In my opinion here, you build a slow push, you walk over to the turret. While he's attacking you, you kill the turret, and then you turn around and Batista bomb him over here, and then EQ, W, kill him.
Yeah. Dude, it's like you watch my gameplay before. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what I do.
Good. Well, there's our slow push.
So like,
We ward against the Kindred, which is good. We spot the Kindred on the pink. We probably don't actually see her on the pink. Now we see her on the regular ward. Kindred shows up.
I think I just
She
walk
marks
away.
us. I mean, yeah, you can walk away. You can kill them both here. Do whatever you want. I mean, honestly, like, you're so strong at this point. I'd probably consider ulting her on top of his head, core drinkering them both, and then QEWing them. But, like, you have options. I think walking away here is totally fine. Because realistically, like, you're winning. So all you have to do is just not int and you win. Like, all you personally have to do is not int and you win, like, your situation. Obviously, you still have to rectify this Tristana. But Trist went from 5-0 or 4-0 to 5-4. So the trend is looking pretty good.
Saw her go here. I saw that my jungle's red was up, so I follow her.
Okay.
I do remember this.
It's not bad. So the only thing I would like to keep in mind there, right, is Kha'Zix is fed. Kindred is super mobile. And if you go here, you are going to be losing this. So I think if I'm you, I probably just ping spam that we know that Kindred went to here so that Kha'Zix knows. And then I probably stay here and just keep him busy. Probably. Because the Kha'Zix should be able to kill the Kindred here in this situation. Realistically. But rotating is good. It means you have good map awareness, and it means that you're willing to make the play for the team, right? Which that those are good things. Like that's not a negative situation. I think this is fine. You are trading away, right? So each of these is the little minions, right? Like you're looking at like 160 gold here. So we're losing like a turret plate worth of minions and XP. But we're really far ahead, so we can go up some things in the name of like helping our team out and making sure that we stay reasonably far ahead. Um,
Gotcha. Not gonna lie, at this point, I didn't even notice his score. I thought he was still inting, because last time I looked at him,
this is why, and this is what I was talking about. This is why this is not good, right? Is
gotcha.
so now we lose the 160 gold and we get nothing because not only can we not even take the red buff because it's going to reset, but also like we didn't even come close to getting the kindred because she read the play, and then we still lose this gold anyway. So you lost like 3 melees and the cannon minion, which is like it's not a huge loss, but it's a very small play that has a small impact that is a negative impact, right?
Okay.
Like so, and the main reason I'm making that play, if this is a if this is anything that doesn't have a dash over a wall, then that's a really good play. But
Okay.
as soon as it has a dash, like every champion that has a dash, this is just free. Because like he can go in the Krug's pit, he can go over the Dragon pit, he can go over here and dance around over here for a while. Like he's just too mobile. So realistically, like you're never gonna close him out. So I would have stayed in lane and probably pushed that there.
Okay.
We're still in very good position. We still have our ulti. We can still look to just push, bounce. Um, when I bounce the wave, I'm probably just gonna try to take the turret and kill him if I can. Because at this point, like we're hitting the 14-minute mark, right?
Yeah, I was going. I don't know if you saw me walk towards mid to go help them, but then I saw that there was more of us than them, so I was like, I'll just take this wave since we
Yeah,
just lost the 2 waves.
and that's your like your decision criteria for roaming the fights is can I impact this fight? That's your decision
Yeah.
criteria.
Yeah.
Like realistically, like if you look at a fight and you go, can I impact this? I look at the situation and I don't see how I could possibly do anything. They're all full health. They're next to their tower. My team's way over here. There's a gigantic ass wall between us. So I think the decision to stay in lane is absolutely correct. We read that they're rotating onto us and we take a reset, which is good. It's good that we don't get caught looking for this. Because if you try to push this and our team pulls off and they all rotate onto you and kill you, you give a shutdown. We do get Dragon for the shutdown, but it's not really that worth. We're looking at mid lane. How much gold do we have in our pockets? Okay. Not not that much. It's feeling okay. Beautiful play. Okay, they're grabbing the dragon, which is good. We grab the mid wave. Top wave is slow pulling. Top wave is going to slow push into you. It's going to take a long time though, so this is fine. We have flash, we have ult.
I think he takes turret.
Yeah, I mean he has no reason not to. This is a little rough. I think maybe like I might have gone to mid and tried to just clear this and then maybe push that turret. But I think the backing going to top is
Okay.
totally fine. Nice team fight. I agree. They trolled themselves by Nautilus blast coning over this wall for absolutely no reason. So he like denied his team a chance to maybe get over there and then bail out with it, but it's whatever. Turret falls here. We can potentially trade back a kill if he tries to duel us. He should just run. Okay, he runs. We clear this wave, we clear next wave, we look for Rift maybe. Kha'Zix is on bot side. We don't know where Kindred is at this point. Tristana grabs a shutdown, we trade 1-for-1. Tristana grabs. She trades 1-for-2. Clear the wave. Next wave is going to be here. When it matches up, we can clear this. Do the same. This is like, I like the ward. I like that we're warding. I wish it wasn't quite so shallow. Like, okay, so it's really small potatoes, but since it's happened a few times, we'll talk about it. Like, whenever you ward, try to ward
Mhm.
further out.
Deeper.
Um, just maybe not even deeper necessarily, but like you want it down and to the right of where it currently is,
Okay.
because there's no value in it being further left than further right, right? Like think about the vision it's
Gotcha.
giving you. There's no loss of value from moving it to the right rather than to the left. The further right it is, the better it absolutely is, because there's no value lost to the left.
So I have a question. Can you go back a few seconds? Is it good because I didn't see? I don't know if you could see the vision when I place this word. Um, I saw her and I didn't know if she was. So I was just gonna wait for her to see where she was coming from and how many people she was with, because I thought that wolf right there was a Darius.
Okay.
Because of his skin.
Uh huh.
Because behind him
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the same
Uh huh.
glow.
So, what are you asking?
Just, is it better to stand there or should I be doing something
No,
else?
stand there's good.
Like, is it okay?
Because realistically, like you don't have. Let's go back. If you don't have enough information, like so, this is the thing. So think about like if you're, let's say the top lane's even,
Yeah.
you have the possibility to maybe coin flip a fight top. You have no idea where in the world their jungler is. Like it's better to default to a safer play, right? Because if you take the play that's too aggressive,
Yeah.
if you take the play that's too aggressive and the jungler shows up and kills you, you might lose out of it. If
Okay.
you don't take the fight, you don't lose anything, right? But you don't win anything. But there's no risk to not taking the fight. There is risk to taking the fight. So, like in the absence of information, play conservatively. So,
Gotcha.
like in this situation, you don't know who the kindred has with her. So you're not sure. Like you just don't have enough information to know like who it could be. I guess we do technically know it's Darius, like, but realistically, we're not gonna like nitpick what information you do or do not know. If at that point you weren't confident, then you just make the play that is the safest given the information that you have. So if you didn't know who she had with her, then not being too aggressive and getting like caught for no reason is good. We should ping our flash here. It is important to ping sums. Like it's not the it. So okay, one of the things that I don't know if I mentioned this to you or not, but like one of the things about working through the VODs like this is there's a million things to look at, right? But it only makes sense to look at the things that will give you the most value. Because if I like sit here and nitpick all of your wards and all of your pings and stuff, it's kind of a waste of
Yeah.
your time. We want to focus on things that will get you the best win rate. So, like, you should be pinging the flash, you should be warding a little differently. But like, I'm not gonna nitpick
Okay.
those because there's just other stuff to focus on. Like, it's more important that you understand when to push, when to pull, what plays to take. So that's kind of why I'm neglecting those. Not just because they're not viable or not important, but just because they're like that's a 1% improvement. This is a 5% improvement. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Okay.
We push the wave. They're sieging mid. Yon's on reset. We can clear Scuttle. We can clear Rift. We see Darius bot. We see Tristana bot. We see Kindred mid. Kindred's nearly dead. We see Nautilus mid. This is free.
Sorry about that. That was an alarm.
Huh?
I said sorry about that. That was an alarm.
Oh, you're good. I couldn't hear it.
Uh,
Heart's in the right place. I don't know if we really could have done a whole lot more there.
gotcha.
We don't have flash. Looking at the situation, right? We have ulti. We don't have flash. The only thing that maybe I try to do is maybe I try to ult the Nautilus onto the Kindred because she probably dies. But
Yeah,
that's
but I
like
feel like if he throws
it's
Q,
if
he escapes.
if he throws Q, he escapes. If you ult him into the Kindred, she has ulti most likely. The turret hits you. You probably get like bonked by turret a bunch. Lux can root you. He can basic you. He can ult you. Like you might just get killed by the turret flat out. Like I don't think there's
Gotcha.
really like a great fight here because you don't have flash. If you have flash, obviously, like you flash, e kill these. Like if you had flash, you flash to here, e them together, walk over here, grab Lux, send her to Narnia, turn around, W the Kindred, W the Nautilus. But like we don't have flash available, so we can't really close the gap. We're already using our Q to move in as far as we can. We ult the Nautilus over here as best we can. Wait, what? Did we have flash?
I do.
The timer. Okay, yeah, it's a bug. The timer on the side shows that you don't have it.
That is weird. I guess, yeah, a better play would be to flash R them into both of them.
Yeah, I mean, either flash over here and R him on top of their heads, or I think that flashing in between them and then Eing them together is also fine. Because if you flash in between them and then E them, either everybody flashes or everybody gets stunned. Those are their options. If everybody gets
Gotcha.
stunned, you go to the other side of the Lux and you bring her over here out of the Kindred
I feel
ulti
like
and
I
then
was
W
just,
that way.
I feel like the play was there. I was just too fast for my teammates to help. Because, see,
Well,
like, Kazakh's
I mean,
already is over
part of it
there.
is there are no pings. It's 1808. The last ping was 30 seconds ago. So realistically, no one has any fucking idea what anybody else is doing. But like, I don't think this is really worth focusing on. Realistically, like,
Okay.
I don't, I don't think it's ever really worth for you to like engage on the Nautilus that way. But they traded a bunch of sums, they traded a bunch of ultis, like a bunch of things happened here, and we don't really lose anything. So it's kind of a wash. Like, I
Okay.
don't think this is negative or really that positive. It's just kind of neutral. Um, I would say that like if you're gonna flash, I would really look for the flash onto the Lux Kindred both. I don't know if I would flash like
I think I did.
uh okay. If you're gonna flash, personally, my flash is right here. My flash is like to this, and then E these guys together. Because you see how if your body is right here and you E this way,
Yeah, it gets all
it
three.
stuns all three, and then you have your pick of who to ulti, or you can even just sidestep and W them while they're stunned and just blow them away. Like you have options. Um, I don't like outside of that. Like once we grab the Nautilus and he kind of laughs at like our damage, I don't know if it's ever even worth to do anything beyond this.
Yeah, dude, look how much damage I do with my ult. Nothing.
Yeah,
Oh, I do hit the Kindred with my ult.
you do.
That's nuts. That's just unlucky that
Yeah.
Kindred
Shit,
ult.
decent reaction time and stuff. We tanked the turret. This is good. I'm glad that we tanked the turret, given the situation, to make sure that he can get in safely if he needs to, or to do whatever he needs to do. We don't end up really doing anything with it, but that's not on you. The W doesn't end up killing the Kindred. It's fine. It's
Millimeters.
close. But there are literally no pings, so no one has any idea if the Kazakhs pings in, if the Yon pings in, if you ping in, maybe they follow. Like there's not really, no one is sure what's happening. Everybody is just dead silent. So it's fine.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know. I don't feel like super strongly about that play one way or the other. I think it's fine. Everything's fine there. there's nothing really there to dissect that significantly, because in the moment, right, like you just see like two people low and a Nautilus and kind of just try to toss some shit at him and see what happens, and they trade back a bunch of flashes. All right, so Tristana's pushing in. Let's hit tab. What do we got for itemization? Going into a dead man's plate. I would say, like, realistically, Randuin's is just better here in most situations. Um,
Okay.
just because they're running two crit champions and then they have the Darius for AD. Randuin's is
Okay.
a great anti. Randuin's is not only is it a great anti crit item and armor item, but also like the slow that you're getting off the first basic attack that Dead Man's Plate gives you, you're also gonna get by just using your Randuin's active in the middle of the team fight. So
Okay.
it's kind of a comparable slow. You obviously do trade away like the move speed buff that you get from just having Dead Man's while you walk around the map. So Dead Man's I don't think is bad. I think it's a fine option. It's good that you're building armor, not MR, for example. Okay, we farm, pushing the wave. Okay, we recognize that the Sivir's clearing the wave, so we don't try to split it with her, which is good. Top wave is slow pulling. We're kind of hovering around Dragon, it looks like. It's our Dragon timer. There's not a way for us to see Dragon timer in this, I don't think. It's within a minute. She's dead. We see Nautilus. We layer it reasonably well. It's good. Play the fight pretty well. Yone's here. We pushed
Oh
it.
yeah, wait. He dies, he just walks in the turret, and then we lose Dragon because Lux ults it. Because we have 0 damage. You can skip forward and just watch it.
Yeah, I mean, he thought the wave had minion. He thought the wave was under the turret, but that's really bad. Because there's nothing pressuring him, right? Like, he's not running from
Yeah.
something. He's just
Yeah,
runs
he
into
was
it.
just...
Dragon's up. I think it's fine for us to try this here because they don't have Dragon, and we have, like, Sivir and you and Yone. So, realistically, we just charge our W up if we can. We can't charge our W up. I guess we just W the Dragon as best we can. Like, if we can, we try to land, like, a big W to finish it off, maybe. Yeah, I mean, so this is a very real danger. Even with the jungler up, like, especially later on, Lux ulti does more than Smite. So, it's not unreasonable that she steals it anyway, so I'm a little paranoid here. But she doesn't have vision, so she doesn't have any kind of advantage over you guys. Like, she has to coin flip it. It's an unlucky coin flip, and the Kazakhs just kind of inted by walking into turret for no reason, so it's whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we finished Dead Man's now, or we're pretty close. Yeah, it's Dead Man's plus.
I think... I think next play
Titanic, it
is
looks like.
just...
Yeah,
Yes.
and this is where we're at. Like, we're at like the 20-some minute mark too. So like, this is
I
kind of
think just
where.
sit at red buff. At their red buff with our Sivir for like 3 minutes or something
Don't
like that.
don't recommend that. So the main reasoning is this:
And then I think we end.
as a top laner at this point in the game,
Yeah.
um, okay, so basic macro. This is really fundamental basic macro. Top laner goes top. Mid laner goes mid. Bot laner goes bot. Um, and then support and jungle kind of take turns making advantage plays wherever they can on the map. And then once bot lane's tower breaks, they go to mid. Mid lane goes to bot lane. You stay top lane. And then there are two ways that you can consider it. The first is that you and mid lane are both comparably strong. If you and mid lane are comparably strong and your champion is good at splitting, and you can beat their split pusher, then you should be in the farthest lane from the objective. So if Dragon is up, you should be top. If Baron is up, you should be bot. Because if all those conditions are satisfied, then you're going to be better in the side lane than they are, and you can put more pressure on than they can. If you are significantly stronger than the mid laner, then the mid laner switches roles with you, and he goes to the offside to farm, and you go to
Okay.
the side nearest to the objective so that you can support the objective, especially
I
because you
just
don't have
felt
teleport.
like my team, considering the way I saw our X-Wrath, I'm pretty sure just died, and then our Yone I saw that 2v1 that he did. I just thought he was terrible, so I wanted to be near. Uh, if we decide to take Baron, or if they start taking it, I wanted to be there with my team.
Okay, so we're in a roundabout way saying the exact same thing. So you're significantly stronger than your Yone.
Yeah,
And this is the circumstance where because you're significantly stronger than the Yone, you go to the side nearest to the objective.
gotcha.
If the Yone is stronger than you, then the Yone goes to the near side and you go to the
But
far side.
I don't think. Can you is Yone better than their Darius though? Like that's the
It
bad thing. Like if
as
I
a
decide
as a
not to 1v1 that
generalization, as a
if I'm not better,
generalization, the Yone is better than the Darius. As a generalization. So, like by virtue of the way the champions work, typically the Yone
yeah,
will outperform the Darius in the side lane. Um, but we don't even need to do that math. Like
okay,
the math we need to do is who is stronger, us or Yone, because realistically somebody has to be in the side lane. Like we can't just leave the side lane open. And it's most important that like the person that's more impactful for the team fight be at the team fight. Baron is the next team fight, so we need to be where the
yeah,
Baron is because we're stronger than the Yone. Does that make sense?
yes,
All right. So we're on top side, which is correct. Yone's farming bot, which is good. All right, so it's up to you. We can continue to rewatch this VOD, or we can kind of call it this point, because at this point you've done exceptionally well, right? Like you've made a couple of
okay,
very, very, very minor things that you could improve, but all in
okay.
all, like you're obviously 5-0-4, and you've pretty much like you stomped the Darius and pretty well carried the game. So, like realistically, at that point, like we've gotten to what we need to do in the game, and you've done very well across the board. Um, we can continue to go through this VOD, or we can switch over to a game where you're playing a game and we can do it live.
We can play the game.
Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, then grab a drink, and then we can go
Yeah,
into a game, and then we'll probably end on the game, and then we can do like a short follow up session at some point in the near future.
yeah.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna close
Oh,
out this VOD.
real quick, but
Yes,
before I forget, no, no, you can close out the VOD. I was just gonna ask after we, either beforehand or after, if we can go through the Mordekaiser stuff
yes. You just
because
want
we didn't do
runes and an item
that.
set, right?
Yeah, and just the generalization of it.
Okay, absolutely. All right, let me use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right, I am back.
Sorry, back. Friend called.
All right, cool. No worries, no worries. All right. Um, so you go ahead and start a game up, and we will go through that. While you're getting the game set up, I'm going to go ahead and start out on the Mordekaiser runes and items.
Yeah.
I will ask one question, which is, when you play Mordekaiser right now, or when you prefer playing Mordekaiser, are you playing him mostly AP or mostly tank or a hybrid?
Depend. Okay, it's a iffy. Probably hybrid. I play both.
Okay.
Usually, I go into a rift into the slowing thing, and then a demonic embrace, and then a thorns mail, and then a whatever AP thing I use.
Yeah. Okay. So you're building basically the right build. Um, so
But I don't know if there's
there
like
are
every guide I say is better mythic than that because
no.
it's rift is terrible. People say, but
That's
it's the best
that's
for him.
that's a brain dead argument. Yeah. No, Rift is amazing for him. Almost no champion gets better mileage out of Riftmaker than Mord does. Maybe Diana. Diana and him are close, but Diana does better with Sunfire.
Gotcha.
Uh, he's one of the best champions at getting mileage out of Riftmaker. Riftmaker is core on him unless you're gonna go a tank mythic like Frostfire.
Oh yeah, bans. We didn't go over that.
Ban Olaf because Olaf beats
Olaf.
Olaf beats both of your champions.
Okay. We are all AD. I don't know
Well,
if you can see our comp, other
uh,
than
not
our
currently
support.
not currently streaming, so I can't.
Oh
But
shit, my bad.
you're good.
So he was okay. He goes to another AD chimp. Oh. Do I go Set or Mord? Okay, wait, no. You went.
Probably more. Well, no, you're fine with that. That's fine. Sorry, you have Sejuani. Sejuani and Ziggs are both AP. Your team is already throwing a hissy fit though, so this is going to be kind of questionable, but it's fine. Check your runes for me. Looks good. See where top laner is. Riven. All right, switch to bone
Riven.
plating, or make sure we have bone plating.
To what?
Okay, we have bone plating. That's good. They don't have enough CC to justify going to tenacity. Everything looks good. We're good to go.
Well, you have a
Riven
stun here,
is
stun here, stun here, a
yeah,
slow.
it's pretty small
Okay.
compared to what we're looking for. Like because your champion is going to feel markedly weaker with without alacrity. So like it's
Gotcha.
going to be very noticeable. You're going to be canceling autos and shit that you don't want to do. Like until you have a lot of reps on it. Like if they had Sejuani instead of Graves, maybe. Okay, so whoever we're against, because the Udyr and the Graves are also there, and both of them aren't going to be in the jungle, right? So it's Sejuani. Wait, what? Sorry. Udyr is mid. So yeah, I mean, in my opinion, we're going Doran's Blade here.
Yeah.
Between Sett and Riven, unless the Riven's hard smurfing, the Sett wins level 1. So I'm pretty confident level 1. So you can do the slow push, and then the only thing we're really going to be trying to do is figure out which one of them, which side of the map does the Riven start on? Or sorry, which side of the map does does their grave start on? That's the only thing we really need to know. Okay,
Idea.
go down to your. So you can either go down to the pixel brush or up to the tri bush. So pixel brush is down to your left.
Oh, here?
Yep, that's pixel brush. So we can either go to there or up to tri bush, which is the one up above by the top tower.
Yeah.
All right, so they could have watched you walk into there. Now they didn't, or the Riven. Well, feel a little worried here. The graves might be in that bush below you. Might have seen you walk in there, so we walk away. Yep. Otherwise, they could do it. It's a little tricky 2-1 here. Okay, we need to move down to the fight here. Because the Riven just walked past, right? So we know that she could be going down there. Now feeling pretty confident this Riven top would your mid based on their positioning. I think you take E here. Good. That's fine. Just keep it. Go. You don't lose this. Okay. Hold your E for your next flash, or sorry, hold your flash for your next E. And then you're gonna flash towards these potatoes if they don't move. No, you're good. You don't need flash. Don't waste it. Don't do it. Don't do it. The flash can win you the lane. You're already down your ignite. E this wave. Yeah, now walk to your top side. Main reason why is we're going to lose those 3 melees top side. So if we don't comp them there, we're not going to have, like, we're going to be at an XP disadvantage top.
Gotcha, Kika.
Okay, Riven does not have any kills. We have a kill and 3 assists, which means our alacrity rune is stacked way up, which means we're going to be way stronger than she is. So she's going to hit level 2 fairly early. So I think we back up now at this point. Just because she's going to hit 2 like right now, and we don't have to yet. Stay in XP range. And now she's, okay, back up even further. She's overpushed. Back up. She's overpushed. So let the wave bounce. Because now she can't control anymore. Don't stop it. Let the wave bounce.
Kika.
There you go. So she can't control the wave anymore because it's too close to your turret. So now all you do is hit level 3 off of this wave and next wave and then engage on her. It's fine. Don't worry about the specifics of the farm. Like, it's nice if you can land these, but we don't really care about them. Okay, you're 3 right now. Go. Okay, her dash is down. Just beat the bejesus out of her. Flash. Okay, go back. It's fine. Go to
I
the.
suck.
That's okay. That's okay.
My bad.
That's fine. You just canceled the
I'm
auto.
not.
That's fine.
I'm not used to the auto.
Totally fine. I can tell you how to beat that after we get to the bot review. Perfect.
Okay.
Fast push the wave. Next wave, this isn't going to bounce. So you have to walk to the next wave and hit the next wave. Hit tab, see if she has telly. No telly, you're clear to push. 20 seconds from now should be here. 3:54, she's going to be in lane. Means you need to be backing by 3:46. It's pre-5 minutes, so we do not take a plate. Good. Perfect.
He just walked. Oh my god,
Okay.
I have so much money.
Get
What
your
the-
buy ready. Yep. Iron Spike and refill. Okay. You could buy a pink for bonus, but don't do it now. Just keep going. Yep. Fuck that fight. It's already over. You can't do anything to it. Just go straight to top.
Oh wow, he's close.
So the wave should be slow pulling into you.
He's smart.
Look at your wave. Look at your wave. Yeah, it's slow pulling into you. So what do we do here, right? Pull, freeze. We did our job. Pull, freeze. Just don't even touch the wave. Bonus points there if you don't show, so that she just walks up like an ape and pushes this, and then you just kill her. But you showed, so it doesn't matter. Remember during your fight, I know you have not been taking a refill historically, probably. So remember to use it. That's all.
Okay.
Okay, you can lock in a freeze here, which is just 4+ caster minions that he doesn't have. Okay, good. Even more is even better. Yep. Let it kill your wave. Oh shit, we dropped it. Dropped it too early. That's okay. That's okay.
Oh no.
That's okay. You
I'm
just dropped
so
it too
bad at
early.
holding phrases.
That's totally fine. We can work on it. Okay. So now we have a slow push. So don't hit the wave too much.
Okay.
Now we're looking to trade her. We want a two-part trade. Trade her once, and then we dive her later. Do it. Yep. If she gets even remotely close again.
Yeah.
Okay, Q at her and E her. Because a bunch of her mobility is down right now, right? So she can't Q away from you anymore. Okay, now go back there. Good. We have a slow push. We'd like to chunk her so we can dive her. So that's kind of what we're trying to do here is slowly whittle her down.
Yeah.
She's going to try to Q both of the Qs out on us. Okay, grab her, grab her. Okay, she's gone. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Like, obviously we want the cannons, but we're just not that sweaty about it.
Yeah.
The only important thing here is that she doesn't get this wave. So, like, basically when that wave hits that turret, like, she has to be dead. Like, if she lives and gets to collect this wave, you've missed a gigantic window. Pop both your refills. Okay, she has to die here. Like, no matter what you do, she has to die.
Okay.
Like you have to make it happen. Okay, perfect. Now run straight away, because the grave's here. Go straight back to your turret and go behind the turret and reset. It seems super grief, but just go back. Because if the graves harasses you, you could die and lose this advantage. Okay, now you can reset because you see him. The wave, check the wave. It should slow push into us. Uh, it's a little sabotage, but that's okay. All right. Grab whatever we're going to grab here. We should at least grab basic boots. No, grab one of these needs to be boots because she's really mobile. Probably grab it. Yeah, that's fine. Just go top. Yep. We could grab an armor there with those boots, but yeah, we're just pushing it. The main reason we need boots here is because she's got 4 dashes, right? So if we don't take boots, there's a fair shake that we just never catch her once she gets full boots. And see how she grabbed boots as well.
Yeah.
So if she gets boots and we don't have boots and she has 4 dashes, we're never catching her.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's why probably here I honestly go right into plateds right now. Like my next back is probably at 800. I probably just grab boots. Okay, wave is like really weird. I don't like this. Let's make this bounce and just get it out of the way. Like wave is just kind of fucked right now. Okay, pop your refills. Just make sure she doesn't do something fucky. Like we should be able to regen it, but just because she has her ulti and stuff right now and we don't, like this is like air quotes risky. If you can dive her, do it. It's a little risky to me, so I probably just don't bother. I'd probably go down to like Scuttle, maybe. We're never taking Rift. It's too early for Rift. Graves was shown top. So we can take Scuttle though. Maybe take his Gromp. We can. Okay, we'll do a two-step ward too, which I don't think we've talked about. Go down and ward just over the wall by his blue. No, don't worry
Okay.
about it. Don't worry about it. No, 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 no. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I'll show you two-stepping in a little bit. Two-stepping
Okay.
is like directly on a line between the blue and the Gromp.
Gotcha.
And it just shows both of the camps. It's a really good way to control his jungle. And because his blue buff is coming up, it means he's probably going to be there at some point in the near future. Udyr's bot side. Okay.
Do I slow push this or fast push this?
I would slow push it. Because, yeah,
Okay.
okay, now we have information about where Graves is, so now I'm definitely setting the slow push. So I'm slow pushing until I have information, right? Because you can turn a slow push into a fast push, but you can't turn a fast push into a slow push. So
Gotcha.
start with your slow push, and then if you see some shit that makes you know that you need to fast push, then switch to a fast push. But now that we saw that Graves is top, if we fast push, we just get ganked. Which might be good, because we can probably beat them 1v2 right now, honestly. Riven should be on a reset here. Yeah, let's see. Hit tab.
Good there.
Yeah, she reset. Because she has a call fields now that she didn't have before. Okay, Graves is on Rift. He can't. It's illegal for him to do that. He has no prio. Go down to the Rift. We're gonna give up the wave for it, just to get him off it, because he can't do this. If he's not here, he's in your jungler's top side. Fuck. He's super mobile.
Yeah.
You have to go into your top side and just go stop him.
Okay.
It sucks. It's kind of bad. But based on like walking him in here, he's gonna be like on the red buff. He's probably gonna just walk over the red buff wall. It's not good. Yeah, he's over on Krugs right now. Check top wave. Looks like she's freezing it.
He's
Okay,
oh,
she skedaddled to where. No, it's fine. Well, all right, we can take this. It's fine. Now that we're already here, fuck it. Check top wave. See if she's freezing. She's freezing. Okay, when we finish this, we get on to Rift Herald. We fumbled the bag a little bit there, not being sure what the Graves was doing.
okay.
But that's on me. Kind of weird elo where it's like it's possible the Graves just counter invades. It's possible he goes for Rift. Okay, we need to force the bounce. So here's one of the things that she's not taking into account. Freezing when you're behind is kind of bad because a freeze for you is a slow push for the enemy. So like look at your wave right now, right? She's freezing. What does she have? Slow push. So now you can just dive her. And in my opinion here you should just kill her. Because if she dies, she loses this entire wave, right? And she just used her stun. Flash out, flash out.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay, so you had a pretty good opportunity there to ult her away from her tower, which would have been good. So do you remember when
Okay.
you were like closer to the tower, closer to her tower than she was?
Yeah.
That's a good window for you to ult her up away from her tower.
Oh, okay.
Because if you ult her up and away from her tower, she's going to try to dash away from you, and then you E her back into you, and then you can probably kill her.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, yes. That
Okay.
does.
Grab another longsword since we're going to buy it anyway. Okay, and then go back to top.
Gotcha.
It's totally fine. It's like it's a really small potatoes type thing. It's really good though. Like so. All right. So just to rehash, we didn't
He
talk about
gets
this
healed.
before, but whenever the enemy is in a freeze, it is automatically a slow push for the enemy laner. So that means that if she's freezing and you're stronger, that technically means that you have a slow push and you're stronger, right? And so then you can just technically kill her and bounce your slow push and then just take the reset. So it's better to freeze when you're stronger than the opposing laner. Because when you're behind, freezing is actually asking to get just dove and killed.
Yeah.
Nick, yeah, EQ, then run down TF to W, exactly. That's fine. We got the wave here. We have he's gonna drop Rift Herald, so we're gonna have the Rift Herald that we can dive with. She just used her ulti on us, right, to kill us. So
Yeah.
realistically, she has no ult, so you can probably dive this with him. If he looks for it, then just take it. All right,
Her
that's fine.
dashes.
It's fine. We just push the wave. No worries. Doesn't matter. We can actually take tower here. It's a fine team. It's not bad to take tower here. Just focus the tower. Okay, blow the wave up. So laning phase is over. Let's check the map state here in a minute when we get a chance. Obviously after this trade is done. Okay, hit tab.
Oh, we're winning. Jungle has 3 assists.
Bot lane primarily. Okay, go straight to bot lane. So your bot lane's strong. You're strong. If you go to bot lane, realistically, you just annihilate everybody and get a free dragon. And let's look at her. It looks an awful lot like she might be freezing, right?
No, she don't.
No, she's being a little weird. Whatever she's doing, she's not fast pushing. Yeah, she's trying to freeze. She just doesn't know how to do it. It's just fucking disgusting. Okay, yeah, walk up. Just walk straight to the turret. No, 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 no. Take the free gold. Don't do this. Don't do this. Take the free gold. Like that fight is in their jungle and it's not even remotely free because they can just like leave. They can just queue over the wall or whatever. They can just leave. It's way more important that we just like take this tower down because he has this little jetpack thing, right? So he can just blow this tower to Kingdom Come. Okay, we just walk away. It's gone. Okay, now go to the dragon because now like we've won top, right? Look where her wave is. Look at what is she doing, right? Slow push, super slow push. She's trying to freeze it, but she accidentally turned it into a slow push. So she's not just like now. All we're gonna do, our only goal is that we get to top turret before she gets that wave to top turret. That's our only goal with that whole situation. So we're probably gonna finish this and then just sprint, and probably don't swallow some Lux damage on the way. All right, get the fuck out of here. Go straight to top. Good. I like the W there. sprint. Take a safer pathing up and to the right because we don't want anybody stopping us. Yep, good. So we took bot tower, we encouraged a good set of trades, and we took dragon. And now we're going back to lane before we've effectively lost anything. And Riven has a very slight CS advantage. Probably just grab her and just beat. Yeah, we want the wave more. Than we want her. We're not gonna chase her because she's too mobile anyway. If she stood there and did some hokey pokey shit, we just Batista bomb her on top of the tower and then grab her and just beat her up. Check your Krugs. Take. Eh, in my opinion, here we take red. We probably we probably clear this. Full clear jungler's top side and then go to top side and push. Next item, right, hit tab. Let's see what we want to do for itemization. Armor. Randuin's.
Yeah, I've never built Randuin's before.
It has an active on it that slows and decreases the attack speed and crit damage of the people that are around you. So when you pull in Graves or MF, you just immediately Randuin's and then just whoop the shit out of them. Okay. One other side note, if your jungler MIA pings you a bunch while you're doing that, stop doing it. Like, taking his jungle is right in that situation because he's playing the bottom side and he has been consistently playing the bottom side. And you're not doing it to troll him. You're doing it because it's better for the camps to continue to level and for your team to be getting the gold than for the camps to just be on the map. And like right now, like he can go invade the jungler's top side. He can take Rift Herald. There are other plays available to him than his jungle. But if he's MIA, push further, push further, push further. We have vision on 4 of them. We're not backing. There's 1 mid. There's 3 bot. Like if we back here, like we're not getting good mileage out of our lead. Okay, keep pushing. Because we want to also make sure that the Warwick is safe, and we also have Rift Herald available to us. Nah, don't dive it. Yep. If he lands the ulti, obviously. Okay, go for it. E. Oh. Okay, push the wave.
What? He dies?
Yeah.
How does he die?
Good. Okay, realistically here, the Riven is a slippery one. Okay, you're good to W here. Yeah, good, good. Nice job. Q. Okay, their entire team is probably rotating into you here. It's fine to try to finish this, but just for the record, it's okay. Good. Now you probably skedaddle. Bounce top wave and go to Rift. Ping him for Rift and go to top wave. If you disappear here, they know you're on Rift, so you need to go to the top wave because it makes them confused. But you do want to communicate that the play is the Rift Herald, and after you bounce the wave, you're going to go straight to the Rift Herald. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if you just disappear, it's too telegraphed, and then they're going to come contest Rift, possibly. By bouncing the wave, not only do you make sure that the Riven doesn't get a bunch of extra XP, but you also make this more confusing, give them less of a chance of reacting to this. And then we're going to take our reset. Go to top wave. We need a little bit more gold. We need 200 more gold.
Are we going Blade?
No. Oh, all right, that's fine. Yeah, you can do that. It's fine. It's like you can if like we're already going that way, but personally, Randuin's is just too good here.
Yeah.
I probably sell refill, and I mean at this point, honestly, you can drop D blade and grab it. It's a little sus because like realistically, we should have just gone somewhere else and gotten the gold to get this, but okay, run straight to top. The reason that we're going this here is like Bork is
It
particularly
slows the
good.
Riven.
Well, Bork is particularly good against tanks or like heavier teams. They have
Yeah.
almost no health. The only person that helps you beat is Udyr, and Udyr is basically irrelevant. Whereas they have
Yeah, he does no damage.
Udyr has attack speed. 2 of them have crit. The Graves and the MF both have crit. The Riven has AD. So, and also you're gonna have like a shutdown, right? So if you get tankier, the chance of you coughing your shutdown up is
Oh,
super.
I
That's fine.
pressed wrong button.
That's fine. The chance of you coughing your shutdown up is super low. Because when you get tankier, so like there used to be this mythology in the game that when you were behind, you built
Oh,
tanky
we're
so
in
that you
spot.
like inted less. But the thought process now is more so that when you're ahead, you build resistance rather than when you're behind. Because when you're further ahead, there's more things to punish you for dying, and so you need to die less. So Rift Herald, or sorry, so Randuin's here make sure that you die significantly less. After
Oh,
this, go
accent's
straight to
broken.
wolves. Go to wolves. You could potentially push further here, but that inner tower that's holding the inhibitor is not terribly useful, and it's more valuable for you to clear his jungle. Okay, now go up through Tribush and onto the wave. Okay, grab the wave.
We just saw where Graves
Okay,
was.
so we don't have any vision on basically anybody at this point, but we do know that
Well,
our
we
team
just
is
saw
on Dragon.
Graves.
Okay, so we know that Graves, Riven is here. Udyr's mid, Riven's here, Graves is off the map, their bot lane's off the map. I think realistically a reset's fine. Okay, grab. Now you can go into like your Bork if you really want it. Yep, that's good. Because like Bork still gives good damage. It's still a good item.
Mid.
Full clear your jungle's jungle.
Okay.
Taco, what's up, man? How you doing?
No, Ducko.
Check top wave. Make sure we're not losing like a stupendous wave. I was promised Crab got on stream. That's my bad. That was I was duoed with Rexus earlier. We're doing a duo stream, and he's a Urgot player of some renown. So that's what that was from. I can change the stream title. It's not a terrible idea. Also, to be honest, I'm a trash tier Urgot player. This is already over. Just focus on the scuttle. That's fine too. Take the red and then blast cone over into the Baron pit. Hit tab. Make sure Riven doesn't have a Sheen item. If Riven has a Sheen item, she doesn't. If she has a Sheen item, we have to reset and go take care of that bot side, but she doesn't have Sheen item, so we just win the team fight. Check the Baron, see if they're actually doing it. I think they are. Yeah. Okay, jump the
There.
wall. And then we tank it. Okay, they're pinging us off. It's unclear what we're doing. Alright, go to the fight.
I'm just gonna.
Nah, they're not coming to it. It's okay. We just leave it. It's fine. Everybody's kind of got confused. Check the top wave, make sure it's still pulling into you, and then we can go for this fight. We have a ton of towers that they don't have here, so. We can look for a flash play if we need to. Yeah, it's here. Do it. Yeah. Beautiful. Nice play. Alright, back up. Good. So this is one of the things. If you react to the Riven split push here, not only like do you just lose not only do you lose a lot of prio, but like also your timer's on like an 8-second timer. And if the Riven backs off, then you're back in your base and she's nowhere near your base and you're wasting much time, you need to go to the Baron. But Crab God, that's correct. Yeah, I should. If I had the Crab God skin, I would probably play it for you right now. Just because I feel a little bit bad that I didn't change the stream title, but push the wave. It's a little greed to chase her. She has a lot of mobility.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, that's Riven's whole value. It's just that she's fast. Also loving the new skin for him. What's his new skin? Okay, pull off of this, take your reset. The team's resetting, it looks like mostly. Well, Akshan reset. The rest of us didn't. I don't know. This is like nobody's really making a cohesive call, so we just do whatever's best, I guess here. W. Oop. Okay. All right. Yeah, we can just end the game.
No, I was
Maybe.
thinking.
This is some silver shit right here. All right, go
I
down
know.
to red buff. Okay, Udyr's just deranged, I guess. Use your randomins. It's not super valuable in that exact context, but it's also not bad. We can keep going with this. We have like 15 seconds till the ribbon's up, right? Remember to use your gore drinker when you get in range.
My W didn't go off. Dog shit. My bad.
Okay, so go one more armor item here. Your team does a ton of damage. I think Dead Man's is good here. Closes gaps a little better.
Okay. The armor or the movement speed?
You're gonna go with the armor. The reason is that no, you're fine. The reason is that you're gonna have 400 gold for the ruby crystal. If you do this in the other order, you have 100 gold left over, which is gold inefficient, right? Because you're gonna have a 300 gold item instead of the ruby crystal.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh fuck! I just give 1k to the fucking MF. My
Yeah,
bad.
definitely the W would have been the
My
play.
bad.
It's fine. We're just trying to think about it, but yeah, that's it's one of the reasons we're going a little tankier is because we want to avoid coughing up our lead. This is Soul, so we're just running straight to it. Skip anything else and just go directly to it. I don't know if it's because I build attack speed for early game, but I need to rework my Urgot build because it's hurting me more than helping me with meta and stuff. Attack speed on Urgot's really bad. I'm sure you understand that,
Right.
but it's because once you get to where your W is maxed out, the attack speed is relevant because it uses a static attack speed modifier, so it doesn't actually do anything for you. So building any attack speed on Urgot's pretty not good. I don't know why we're coin flipping that. Alright. E. Okay, good. Grab her. Whoop. Okay, good. W. Good. Core Drinker. Randwins. Good. Keep the E going. Good.
What the fuck is this champion?
Pretty standard. Pretty par for course. Nice job. Go to bot and end. Go straight to bot. Ping your team to go to bot.
Yeah, Randuin's. Holy fuck, makes me take 0 damage.
Yeah, Randowins is the phenomenal anti-crit item. It also synergizes very well with Titanic, so. Reason we're going Dead Man's here, like I said, is just because I want to make sure that we're not giving away any more shutdowns than necessary. That was a gross display of power. Exactly. It was a vulgar display of power, as some whatever band from whatever would say. I feel like that's like a 80s hair metal band or some shit. Like an album by one of them. I don't remember who it is, but okay, Gore Drinker, good. E-bop them together. Okay, that's fine. W, good. Freelo. GG. Well played, well played. All right. Well, there was something I wanted to cover. I didn't write it down, of course, because I'm a piece of shit. Am I coach here now? Yes, I am.
Yes.
What did we? There was something super early that you did that was flagrant.
Oh no, not ulting. Maybe it was the failed
The one under the turret.
dive.
Yeah, the field
Yeah.
dive.
So I'm not used to. I'm not gonna lie, just diving. I am
Okay.
used to fighting in lane, and I will fight just outside of it. But I'm not used to like being in
Okay.
the face's cock.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know.
we have to change that because the most impactful play that you can make as a player, as in a lane or as a jungler, is diving. Because whenever you dive, the implication is that your wave is at their tower. And if the wave is at their tower, that means that if they die, they lose that wave and they lose the next wave, and the wave slow pushes into you. Like a kill in a
Gotcha.
neutral state or a kill when your wave is pulled is way less impactful because you don't get any extra value. If you dive and you live, you can get plates, they lose two waves. Like it's a much larger gold swing.
Okay.
And it gives you way more control of the lane. So we need to get you diving a ton. Like that game, like if you succeed that second dive, you end up going like probably like 18-1 instead of 14-2. It's like it's not a gigantic deal, but it is fairly significant. Tanked a good amount of damage. Check our turret damage.
Is it up?
What's up?
There.
Okay. Well,
Holy fuck.
that's pretty normal for Ziggs. Ziggs has a tower execute, so it's going to be pretty high.
Oh yeah.
And then check gold earned, which is like the next most important modifier. Just down at the very bottom. Okay, this is what matters. So, and this is kind of the culmination of the point is whenever you're playing this, people think about this game a little bit incorrectly. And we talked about how people play this game in low elo like it's Call of Duty, right? Like they play it like it's TDM. Like one team just gets more kills and then wins the game. But realistically, this game is about accruing XP and accruing gold, and then using your stats to close the game.
Yeah,
Because
you were definitely right.
at the end of
With
that game, you
if
were
we look
completely
at minions
insurmountable.
killed,
Hmm.
Riven has the most in the game. But I almost have double her gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's a variety of things. But yeah, I mean, that's mostly off of like the kills. It's off of the plates that we took. It's off of the Rift Herald.
Gotcha.
It's off of looking for like any shutdowns. It's it's off of the jungle camps, right? So a jungle camp counts as 4 CS, but it's worth 90 gold. So if you kill 4 casters, that's like 48 gold,
Gotcha.
as opposed to the 90 gold that you get. So there's little things that create that split. But realistically, um, I was in the middle of saying something else too. I forgot. But basically, like there are a lot of ways that you create a gold split, but the way that people perceive this game is very skewed and incorrect. Because what this game actually is a set of like tug of wars, and you've got a tug of war top and a tug of war mid and a tug of war bot and a tug of war in the jungle. And what your goal is to get a like 3, 6, 10, 12,000 gold lead, and then you use that gold lead to turn that into a stat advantage, right? Because what does the gold buy? It buys items, items buy stats. So the goal is to build enough of a gold lead that it produces a stat advantage such that you reach critical mass and end the game. Usually that's
Gotcha.
like 6 to 10,000. So if you look at your gold split, right, you accounted single-handedly for a 6,000 gold split. That means that essentially you accounted for enough gold that you were able to close the game because of it. Because you have 2 additional items that she doesn't have, and so when you team fight, you can just clap them. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Okay.
So this is like the first set of steps in changing your perspective as to how to approach the game. Because what
Okay.
we're trying to do is just make our way into looking at the game from the perspective of XP and then gold and then kills and CS, because kills aren't kills. Like the point of kills isn't to kill. The point of kills is to be a vehicle for extending your XP and gold lead.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's just watch the very early laning phase because I do think that there was like one thing.
Wait, are we red? We are.
Yeah, you are. You can put this at 2 times to like 145 or so.
Let's see if. Oh yeah, Graves was in this bush.
And this is what I was talking about. Remember when I said make sure you walk away from this? Because she looked like she was acting kind of sus. And so, like, if she walks up and she just drops a triple, yeah, and look at the Lux in the video
Oh
we're moving
my
up to.
god, yeah.
So, if whenever she wiggles around like that, it indicates that she smells that something is fishy, and you don't really want to be in that situation. So this is good. I didn't like that you backed out here, because like right before this, if you look towards the beginning of this, you like started to back up. If you had backed out of this, your team dies and you lose this. Okay, right here, you come down. We get you down into this fight, which is good. And then like you start backing out for no reason. Like this is hugely free, and you start walking away. Like right there,
Oh yeah.
that's really bad. Because if your team
Okay.
starts dying, this entire thing falls apart. Pretty much, these fights are just whoever has a number advantage wins. Like there's some champion specific stuff, right? Like Blitzcrank, but for the most part, like whichever team just walks forward with their dick in their hand wins.
Gotcha.
So. And then right here, like we don't never need to dive this and trade our flash, because if we flash for that and we don't get it and we die, like then we don't have any sums for lane and it's just not particularly good.
Gotcha.
We got the mid XP, we go to top lane, this is good.
Oh, my bad.
Good. Okay, and remember we back off this wave for a reason, right? We back off because she's really close to being level 2. I think it was, you know what? I think it was one of the level trades is what I was talking about. That was bad, right? I think it's like the level 3 level trade is really bad or something like that. We do something that's not good. It wasn't the dive. The dive was one of the things, but there's something. Oh, it was the freeze right here. Pause. Okay, back this up.
Oh,
A freeze is
yeah.
4 or more caster minions greater than your number of minions. So right now he has 7 minions. Now he has 6. Okay. Now he's gonna go down to 5. So this right here is a freeze.
Gotcha.
Now, more is good. More is generally better because more means that it's not going to break. Because as you farm it, if you have 4, right, as you farm, it's going to slowly turn into a slow push. But if you have 5, then you can still farm and it won't stop being a freeze. But
Gotcha. Okay.
4, if you don't touch it at all, it will freeze. Yeah, it was when you walked into the bush to try to freeze it, but you dropped it too early, is what the problem was. That's what it was. You also missed like the first 2 or 3 cannons of the game, which kind of sucks. But like, I don't know. There are bigger fish to fry. Okay, yeah, this was the other thing. Oh, right here. No, no, this was it. This was the one. Okay, the answer here is issue a basic attack command on her and then flash at her. So pause this and then slow it super far down. Okay, so when she flashes away from you, right click on her and then flash at her.
Oh, yeah.
Because when you flash, it will buffer the auto attack. And so
Gotcha.
when you
And then
land from your flash, you will automatically just smack her. You don't have to click. You just click on her and flash, and you will automatically smack her when you land from the flash.
okay, and then she just randomly walked up when I'm quarter HP.
Yeah, I have no idea why. I don't know what she was doing. But now you fast push. Hit or pause this real quick. Okay, so she has no
Yeah.
telly, and we covered the fact that in general you can safely use the number 20. So 2 seconds plus 20 seconds equals 22 seconds until she's back in lane. And we talked about the fact that that means that you have to bounce the wave and be sitting back in one of the bushes recalling at like 346, 348, sometime in that range. Um, because you choose earlier, you can just take a flagrant reset. And I think that right here you actually is this the one where you reset and the Graves walks up and you walk back to
No.
turret? No, it's not. That's later, isn't it? It's the next dive. Okay, so yeah, this is totally fine because
I think it was at exactly 346.
we said like that timing. That's basically the earliest timing that she would actually appear would be at that point, like at the few seconds after that mark. So you have time to back
Oh, it's
this.
347.
And in all honesty, if she walks up at you at this point, you probably just roast her too. And now look at the so if you look at where she's at relative to the way, right, 356. So that
Yeah.
means that we were looking at 354, which is exactly what we're talking about. Now Rivens is a little faster because she has the 4 dashes.
Okay.
Um,
And yeah,
and it
and
will depend. It'll change depending on boots. It'll change depending on, like you actually see people will say like 26 seconds at like no boots, and then 20 seconds with full boots, and then you modify it based on their move speed. But like for the sake of simplicity, we'll just say 20 seconds all the time. Okay,
did I show here?
I'm like 95% sure you did.
Oh yeah, I did. For literally a split second.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if you
from
saw
my
that.
perspective, I saw it for sure. I mean, when you were there, I said you showed, because then you said, did I? The reason we're not trading her into that is even though we're significantly stronger, right here's the
It
freeze
was
pause.
this.
Okay, if you stand right here, but don't go in the bush, and then wait till your minions reach the turret and then drop them, this freezes. Because you drop
Yeah,
it right there,
I thought this was here, and I didn't realize it was here. I was literally, I think,
are you not able to see my mouse when I am talking about where my mouse is? Because I can't see your mouse.
you can't see my mouse.
I cannot.
Okay,
I think you have
weird.
to share screen instead of application
Oh
for it to
yeah,
see your mouse. I might have been sharing the
I can do
screen
that.
earlier, but yeah, I definitely can't see your mouse. Okay.
All right, how about now?
Uh, yep. Okay. So if we go back to this, remember the stone arc in the ground represents the freeze mark. So if they get inside of that range, then the freeze is dropped.
Oh, what the fuck? I just.
Okay. So casters are roughly where they should be. Like that's fine. You just draw a line right there, and that's the right spot for them to be. We'd like them to be a little further back because minions have RNG factors that make them want to just run into your tower for absolutely no reason. But yeah, we need to pull them right here, and then you need to just stand here until, like, we don't care about a couple extra minion shots. We want to make sure it freezes. But at this point, the freeze is done. So now we just convert it into a slow push and salvage what we can. We convert it to a slow push and then try to dive her. We're also getting reasonably close to 6, and the next wave should give us 6. Eh, it might not be until the next wave. It's really close. I think it's this wave. Yeah, we're never over chasing somebody who has a lot of mobility. I see this a lot. I'll see people like blow flash to engage on like a LeBlanc, and then LeBlanc will just W away from them, and then they'll just R W away from them, and then they're nowhere near them. So we're never really like, I like that we're not spending a lot of extra time chasing. She gets away, we walk back, which is great because some people would chase her way too far and they'd actually drop XP to the wave, which would be really bad. Okay, and this is the dive. So, like, basically, again, I think what we need to do here, like, I want you to literally like pause. Okay, I want you to turn on target champions only, and then I want you to hit her, walk like down below her, and then ult her behind your minions, and then EW her and just absolutely send her. Oh wait, wait, no, we succeed this one. This is good. This is the one where the grave shows and we walk straight away. And this is the one where I tell you to walk back to your turret. The reason why is like, let's say you go to the second bush. He's gonna
Yeah.
walk up and he's gonna ward the first bush. He's gonna see that you're
Why
not in
did
the
they just
first
go down?
bush. He's going to ward the first bush, see that you're not in the first bush, walk up, grenade the second bush, and if the grenade hits you, which he'll get a sound feedback on, then he's going to walk to the third bush. And he's going to happen this like really annoying little chasey thing with you that you don't want to deal with. Like we just want to make sure that the bat goes through.
Okay.
It doesn't matter like what he actually does. It just matters like that's a very very reasonable situation, and there's no value to you. Like what do you save? Like 5 seconds backing in the first bush versus coming to here where you're not likely to get stopped. And it's way more important that we
Gotcha.
actually get stopped. Okay, we get our buy. Hit tab. Is this where like we griefed your buy a little bit? Yeah, okay, this is where I forced you into a refill. If you have 200 gold left or 225, if you have less than 300 gold left, like get a refill and a pink word. Refill is extremely extremely strong.
Okay.
Um, and
I
it,
thought
it
they nerfed all of the
they nerfed
potions.
all the potions, but refill like if you're taking resets, right? Pause for a second. If you're taking resets
Yeah.
when you actually have full items instead of like just a bunch of long swords, then you're gonna have a lot of space in your inventory for a long time, and refill is gonna get a ton of value. So as long as you use your refill like 2 to 3 to 4 times, you're getting way more value out of it, and it does a
You
lot
know
of
it's
really good things for your trades.
you know it's crazy.
What
Graves was never here.
did we guess that he was gonna be here?
No, because you said that he was in his topside.
Oh wow, he was never even in the neighborhood.
He was doing his rafters.
Are we sure this is the situation? This doesn't look like
Yeah.
the situation where we checked Rift. I don't think this is. Because we would have walked up and no, because remember, 'cause then we walked up into our red side and checked all of it. Oh, it was here. Wow.
Oh yeah, he
Oh no, it's
did
right here.
take it.
Okay, yeah, no, it's right here. Yeah, so he
What
walks
was
up
his
into here.
pathing?
Yeah, I don't know. He takes
Because he
red, and then
didn't take Krugs.
I'm guessing. Oh, he blast cones and then ease over
What?
the wall.
Oh my god, that's crazy. If
That's
I
funny.
stood there for a few more seconds, he had no vision on me at all.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate timing. Because we wasted a lot of time chasing that play down. It didn't matter. We didn't really lose anything that
Oh,
significant off it,
I
but
miss I missed this.
what
I
do you mean?
walked right past it. The control ward.
Oh,
That's why he was able to do it.
yeah. You can. One of the ways you can solve that is by that attack move click that I told you about, the tilde
Yeah.
key or the one that I have like many people use just A or whatever. It's on like the one button. It's what I use to like attack them when I'm not like clicking on them.
Uh-huh.
When you just are issuing a command through the jungle, you can use the attack move click, and it will automatically stop to kill pink wards.
Oh, okay.
So that's one of your options. All right, so here, like, this is probably another dive situation where I'm calling for the dive, and I think this is the one where they fuck up.
Yeah, I felt really awkward doing
That's
this.
fine. I respect it. Like, but reasonably here, the last dive, we just completely ruined her. Right here, she's like way out of position, and we can just ult her like away from the tower towards the brush at any point and just kill her.
That's just unlucky. It was just about to dissipate too.
So, like, looking at the fight, do you reasonably see how going forward, like the play there in that given situation,
Yeah,
given your
going.
strength, is to ult her away from her tower and then just kill her?
I think if I just wait for E, I miss my E here,
Okay.
and if I don't use it, I kill her because I can E, go on the other side of her, R her.
Yep.
I
Okay.
think I messed that up by wasting my E because I'm not used to playing against the Riven and having a million dashes.
Okay, that makes
So,
sense. Yeah, but definitely in the future, like this is the kind of plays for sure that you need to be taking because you see how
would
she
she
just
have more?
like she will right here she begged
Yeah,
for it.
it's
Like
yeah.
look at the look where she moves herself. Like back it up one more time and watch her move like literally in a way that just asks for you to send her to the because then you can ult her away from the tower and then you can E her immediately afterwards. Like ready, she's gonna dash past you right here.
Oh, and I walk forward.
Exactly. So you can literally just like take her to that bush up there, E her. Like you can take her to the bush, basic basic E, basic basic Q, basic basic, and she's dead. Not accounting for the
Gotcha.
W. It doesn't really matter because you have such a large lead that it doesn't end up being a huge deal. But
Yeah,
that's
she
like
gets
one more play where you could have
no.
closed
Yeah,
that.
she gets no plates,
Yeah,
and I
shit
lose
means she gets nothing.
three,
You're gonna list the
4,
brunt of this wave, but
5, 6. I don't.
okay. Yeah, you
Okay,
don't lose that
I
much. You
lost
actually don't lose that
seven,
much. You lose about a wave.
7 minions.
Yeah, you lose a cannon wave is essentially what you lost.
Can we get call lagging a tad bit with my E?
He brings the rift. How long will I be streaming tonight? That is a great question, Arcus. I have no idea. Honestly, I'm getting fairly tired, and we're getting close to the end of this coaching session. I think Erin's hopping on at some point before too terribly long, and we might see what she's up to. Um,
Did we
Maybe
kill
some
her?
Overwatch, something like that. I don't know. I definitely will
No, we
not be
don't. No,
streaming
we
too
don't.
terribly late. I can't imagine I make it past midnight. Probably finish up the session, hang out for a few, and we'll probably raid over to Rexus and head out. Or raid over to whoever's on from Rexus's little stream team dealio.
We take tower.
Take
We go to
tower, go to
drag.
dragon, and this the whole time. Look at her, like, well, I mean, granted not now, but the whole time we were doing that, she was like freezing and slow pushing. We end up getting to
Yeah.
turret and having lost next to nothing, and like hit tab and then hit X or yeah,
X.
yeah, there you go. So at this point, even with us like inting
Oh.
the gigantic shutdown, we still are up a full 1,000 gold, and this is gonna bring it up another like couple hundred. Yeah,
I have 6K. She has 4K.
yeah, 6.2 over 4.8. Here we're clearing down. Go down to Rift Hair, or go down to Red Buff, I mean. And again, this is here where I was talking about, like, if our jungler pings us off, just back it off. Because, like, we want the red buff, but we want it mostly just because we feel like we're strong and we want the gold and want to keep the camps going, and he has other options. Just remember, you're not you're taking it to make yourself stronger, but you're not taking it like to cost him. You're not taking it at his expense. One of the things that people get a little bit caught up on is then like the jungler pings them off and then they say some shit in chat and they're like, "Nah, man, I'm doing so well. I deserve this." And then the jungler gets really
Yeah.
mad. So just like it's cool. We're not that worried about it. It's a small gold lead. It's a small diving advantage. It's pretty useful. This right here is pretty bad. Like you definitely have to land this E.
Do. Do I?
No, you miss the E, and then she gets away. It's just because you were trying to layer the CC, but you like got greedy with it and waited too long.
Yeah, I hit that.
Not that one. The one where the Warwick's gonna ult her and then you're gonna stand there, and then you're gonna try to layer it, and she's gonna end up getting away because you greeted the E.
Oh, I see.
Okay, here it is. Like we have to react to that faster. If we E her there, she immediately dies. The
Oh,
Warwick
he's
lives.
one.
Right. If you E her there, not only does the Warwick live and does she die, but you also like don't end up in this weird situation. Granted, do you double kill? Yes, but it would have been nice to avoid the situation entirely. Because it's not like impossible that their bot lane is on
Yo, this
reset and does some cool shit.
this is how you tell healing reduction does absolutely nothing. He has a bramble vest this entire time.
Yeah, it's not doing very much.
Yeah, it does nothing.
To be fair, you are extremely fed.
True.
So now you go top wave, bounce top wave, go to scuttle, or go to rift, I mean. Do you understand why I had you bounce that way before we go to scuttle?
Uh, just because there was a lot of gold there.
It's that, but the main reason is like, go back to that play and switch it to their vision. Go back just a little bit further. Switch to their vision. Okay, look where you're at. Okay, so you kill them, and now you disappear off vision. If you don't go to the top wave, the only play you can possibly be making is Rift Herald, right?
I don't think they even care.
Yeah, they don't. But this we're making habits for higher elo.
Gotcha.
If you don't go to this wave, the only play that you can possibly be making is your team is taking Rift Herald. And then if their
Gotcha.
jungler
Okay.
goes there and then coin flips that smite, that's your fault because there's a gigantic wave top, and you're
Yeah,
not,
he
and
could
you
be here.
have
He could be walking there.
exactly. And if you have enough health, and if you have enough health and you walk straight up to that, um, it's just too obvious. Like this way they can look at it and like maybe now they're gonna be like question mark, not sure. Whereas if you don't, um, yeah, if you don't clear that wave, it's too obvious. You want to kind of try to hide your plays. You don't have to like do these big significant things, but it's as simple as like when you walk away from mid a certain like it's like when your mid laner walks towards bot and then loops around through the shadow and walks straight to top. Like you saw the mid laner go towards bot lane. So you're feeling safe
Yeah,
top and the bot laner
yeah,
feels uncomfortable. So like basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to like misdirect. You're doing sleight of hand on them. You're saying, "Okay, I'm going over
gotcha.
here to the wave, so there's nothing happening elsewhere, of course." And then the Rift Herald's free. You want to deny coin flips whenever possible.
Wow, that's nuts. Action's broken. Did you see what happened there? He has two of his passives on it. So he kills him, reses too, so we get the drag. Because
Yeah,
our jungler got revived.
it's a pretty nasty champion.
Um, I mean, this is just me being
I mean, at this point, you're just stat checking. Like hit tab and then hit X. Yeah,
1,000
10,300.
gold.
You're up an entire item over the Riven. An item plus if it's a 2,700 or something, you know.
Yeah, this is when you told me to go to the fight, so I
Yep.
saw she hit the slow. Flash E. Oh, my camera.
And this ends up going sideways because wait, is this one? One of these fights ends up going really sideways because the like Warwick tanks a bunch of turret shots for no reason. Maybe later.
Oh yeah, this I just fight her, and then we go. Oh my god, it's too fast.
Yeah, this is the play right here where the Warwick walks in and eats some turret shots for no reason.
Let's see. I was tanking
Uh
for a
huh.
while.
Uh huh. That's true.
See, like I'm tanking.
Hmm.
I'm
Yeah, I mean this
tanking.
isn't by any stretch your fault.
I'm
He just like
tanking.
he kind of gets carried away.
Oh, so, can I talk?
Hey, what's
Oh
Camilo? How you
yeah,
doing, man?
yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm doing good. Just saw you coaching, so just watching how you coach stuff.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm
Uh,
just hanging out in Twitch stream, hanging out in here, so just chilling.
Wait, are you on Twitch?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I did not expect that.
I'll drop the link to you.
Oh no, I saw it on the offer.
Oh, okay, cool, cool.
Yeah, yeah,
This
on the announcement. Yeah, I saw
I'm
it.
in. If I had flash, I would flash EW, but I don't know because I just used it. But
Yeah, even then, I think if you just W in their general direction, I think you win it too. Because like you greet your W and then you just die.
yeah.
Ugh, die.
How you been doing?
Just doing good now. Playing some league game, buying the whole battle pass, getting prestige skin and stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
I got like 10 skin in one day just buying that pass.
yeah. The passes are a really really good way to get loot.
I'm not gonna lie. When I did this, I
Oh,
didn't. I did not expect to go over the wall. I meant to hit over here to make it so that she doesn't jump back over.
Uh, well, it goes in your
oh,
favor.
When she. Oh yeah. No, no, no. I meant to do it. Big brain play.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and they just get stat checked really hard. Yeah, and this is why like
And it's just over.
you can be a really really good player, and if you don't have any gold, you'll lose the game. And you can be a really bad player and have a lot of gold and then win the game for free. So
That why I like Chovy and stuff.
give yourself
Focus
gold and XP and you just pub
Chovy.
stomp.
Chovy. What's it called? Baker. Focus on farming.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, as long as you have more gold than they have, you're going to be able to be successful. It's really important to be able to do that. So,
Gotcha.
um, I mean, that's the biggest thing that you can do for yourself is emphasize getting gold and getting XP over getting kills. Like
Okay.
the main reason that you're getting kills is to deny them XP and gold and to get XP and gold for yourself. It's to create a deficit, but you're not doing it for the sake of getting it. Like the goal isn't 5 kills. The goal is to get like a 2 level lead and like 1,000 gold lead. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
just try to shift your emphasis on that. And that's why dives are so valuable and why you should be practicing dives is because whenever you execute them, you're creating the biggest lead. It's not about the kill, it has nothing to do with the kill. Like, does it demoralize them? Absolutely. But the biggest emphasis is just on the fact that you're going to be denying them the most while giving yourself the most.
Gotcha.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
it's like pushing 10:30 here. I'm probably gonna call it. We could do
Yeah.
like a brief follow up here at some point in the near future and just look at maybe play some games and just see how the games feel with that kind of thing in mind. And obviously you're in the server and stuff, and you're on the stream. So if
Yeah.
you have any questions or any things you want to talk about, feel free to hop in the stream or hop in the server and drop them in there.
No. Alright, man. Yeah. I will get out of your hair since I've been. You were 2 hours in your stream, and now you're at 7.
Beautiful.
So.
All right, man. I'll hop on
Yeah.
there and I'll close that order out. And I'll attach a link to the sheet that I made. And
Okay.
I'll
Yeah.
send you over the
Perfect.
Mordekaiser runes and item set as well.
All right. Yeah. Gotcha.
All right, cool. All right, well, I'm gonna
Peace,
go
man.
ahead and peace, man. I'm gonna go ahead and probably we're getting close to closing stream down here. Been on for a while today and been up since really early.